Chapter 864. After Etianyun came in, there was no need for him to lead the way. So he killed him easily. After coming in quietly, his soul sense instantly covered this area, and he carefully explored the situation in all areas. The powerful spiritual sense of a divine king easily covered the entire area without any difficulty. He just didn't want to alert the enemy, and he didn't want to let these beasts slip away. His cultivation was very strong, but he couldn't suppress them by force. After all, there were many cultivators imprisoned here, so he couldn't suppress them at will. If it was all the evil spirit race inside, Etianyun would suppress them and kill them with a slap. This was undoubtedly very easy, but they had captured a large number of cultivators, so he could only sneak in and save them. His figure gradually disappeared, and when he sneaked in, there was a burst of laughter in the depths of the passage. The few cultivators I went to capture just now were all dumber than the last. When they saw me, they thought I was one of them. Bullshit. I'm the same race as them. It's disgusting. Hee, that's right. They were all dumber. They all thought we were the same race, so they didn't have any wariness. I also caught a few women. Just now, this time we can play again. We can catch a lot of cultivators every day. These cultivators are really stupid. They thought they were killed by demonic beasts. Last time, that group of people even brought their master, saying that they wanted to find corpses. Who knew that this would be even better? They could capture all of them in one go. Thinking of the taste of those people, it's really good. It suits my taste. They were all discussing. There were many cultivators locked in the cages beside them. Their hands and feet were tied, and the tendons of their hands and feet were broken. Even if they weren't locked, it would be difficult for them to escape. Most of the survivors were women and children. As for the men, they had already been eaten by them. There was no way they would be left. As for the children, they didn't want to raise them, but when they were hungry, they would devour the children. The children were more delicious. They must have been put at the back to slowly taste. They were not anxious at all. They were lying there. There was no life in their eyes. They were completely in despair. They came out to train, but who knew that they would encounter a group of monsters? So they were trapped here. You monsters, Master will avenge me. One of the girls shouted, her eyes filled with anger. That's right, you monsters. Even if we die, Master will avenge us. I will kill all of you monsters. A bunch of trash. Master will come and save us. At that time, you will all die. Some were in despair, while others had just been captured. Thus, they all had high hopes for their masters, hoping that their masters would be able to find them. Ha! Another bunch of daydreaming fools. It would be best if your master were here. We can't wait to bring more experts over. We can catch them one by one and eat them. It's a great tonic for us. That's right. Shout louder. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. One by one, they laughed out loud. They were the caretakers of this place and would occasionally go out to hunt. The real territory was naturally in the inner region. The outer region was just a cage. It would be much more convenient to set the cage outside. After capturing them, he threw them into the cage and returned them to the headquarters. Therefore, the cage was quite spacious and could accommodate thousands of people. This cage would never be full because when there were not enough people, they would be captured and used as food. Yes, it's useless. The cultivators who had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time had eyes filled with despair. They all wanted to commit suicide. However, after committing suicide, it would be useless. They would all be eaten. They had all personally witnessed the cultivators beside them being eaten bit by bit. Just thinking about it made them feel disgusted. However, it was still rather difficult to commit suicide. They were all cultivators, so biting their tongues to commit suicide was not realistic at all. Basically, they would not die. The aura of despair gradually enveloped the entire area and also affected the cultivators at the side. They had been holding on to hope before, but now that they saw the cultivators who had been captured, their hearts turned cold. Was there really no way to escape? Continue shouting. Why aren't you shouting anymore? The evil spirit race glanced over. They just wanted to hear the curses. The more vicious the other party's curses, the better. In any case, they had nothing to do here. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached them step by step. The heavy footsteps immediately attracted their attention. Who's back? I wonder if he will bring back many cultivators. If there are a lot of them, we can split them up and eat them right now. The evil spirit race even licked his lips. The one who appeared in their line of sight was not from the same race, but from Tianyun, who was walking over step by step. As soon as he appeared, he looked at them coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who are you? When they saw Tianyun, they immediately became vigilant. A weapon quickly appeared in their hands, and they surrounded Tianyun. This unfamiliar face was obviously not one of their own. There weren't many of them to begin with, so they would remember all their faces. Tianyun waved his hand, grabbing their necks in the air and lifting them up. He continuously swayed his feet in the air. His mouth could only emit sounds. He could not make any other sounds, not even half a word. Immediately after, Tianyun waved his other hand, and with a pa-pa-pa sound, the iron chains binding them turned into a pile of powder that fell to the ground, and the cage that imprisoned them turned into a pile of ashes. They were all dumbfounded. The sudden change caused them to be flabbergasted, and they were unable to react to what was going on. They all thought that they were dead for sure, and that it was impossible for them to survive. Who would have thought that a youth would appear out of nowhere, and not only liberate them, he would also control the guards. Kill them. Tianyun threw out the 3 evil spirit races that he had picked up. Their powers were all sealed, and they couldn't even make a single sound. The cultivators who had been imprisoned for a long time had their eyes filled with shock, but soon after, there was even more anger in them. They randomly picked up things and threw them at the evil spirit race who had fallen to the ground. If there was nothing, they would punch and kick them. In any case, they just wanted to vent the anger in their hearts. Although they hadn't eaten for a long time and had been tortured to a terrible state, when they erupted, each of them was more powerful than the last. 3 core transformation stage, evil spirit race, were beaten to death just like that. Chapter 865. I'll leave this place to you. Whether it's the ones who broke in or the ones who escaped, I'll leave them to you to deal with. Kill them all. Tianyun glanced at the dumbfounded cultivators and added, just like you, they were tortured. As for what you think, that's up to you. When the 12 golden hairpins saw them, their cold gazes immediately softened. Seeing that they had suffered the same fate, they naturally could not be heartless. After explaining things clearly, Tianyun walked straight into the depths of the abyss. He seemed to be taking one step at a time, but the next moment, he disappeared from everyone's sight. After Tianyun left, the group of people stared blankly in the direction in which he had left. Who is he? Savior? They stared blankly at the entrance, then at the 12 golden hairpins. They did not know what Tianyun had meant. The 12 golden hairpins did not say much. One by one, they took out food and all kinds of clean clothes for the women to wear or eat. At the same time, they said something and comforted the trapped people. After entering, Tianyun walked through the long corridor in 2 or 3 steps. After passing through this walkway, what came into view was a huge winding staircase. It went down in circles endlessly. It was as if after walking out of this corridor, he had arrived at another abyss. Who are you? The guards on the side hurriedly raised their weapons to attack. However, with a flick of Yi Tianyun's hand, the guards turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Yi Tianyun walked forward and looked down the bottomless pit in front of him. He discovered that at the bottom was a huge array. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this array was a transportation array. He had not expected that there would be a transportation array at the bottom. This made him very surprised. Where did this teleportation array lead to? However, the situation that had unfolded now made him very angry. Beside this transportation array, there were several blood ponds with many corpses in them. The corpses of the cultivators could be seen with the naked eye. A steady stream of blood flowed down the lines of the array and filled the entire transportation array. On the side, there were 3 evil spirit races presiding over something, constantly chanting, as if they were chanting an incantation. Yi Tianyun frowned and jumped down. Boom! He stepped on the teleportation array, and with a loud noise, the teleportation array was dented, and it was directly destroyed. The host and the 3 evil spirit race beings were directly sent flying. They died before they could even scream. It could even be said that they had turned into ashes before they could even see what had happened. The cultivations of these 3 evil spirit race masters weren't low. All of them were at the Saint King stage. They should be 3 of the 5 remaining evil spirit race masters. Yi Tianyun didn't care about their lives and simply stomped them to death. "You, who are you?" Those familiar words rang in his ears once again. Was there nothing else to say other than these words? Yi Tianyun turned his head and saw that there were 5 thrones on the side, 2 of which were occupied by people at the Saint King stage. Of the 5, 3 were dead, of course. Only 2 were left. When they saw Yi Tianyun suddenly appear and kill their companion with a single kick, they were scared out of their wits. They all knew the cultivation of their companion. The fact that he was killed by a single kick was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation was. "Is it important who I am?" Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and pinched the void. The 2 of them were immediately lifted up. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from Yi Tianyun's restraint. Then the 2 evil spirit race masters were dragged over by Yi Tianyun. After arriving in front of him, Yi Tianyun looked at them coldly and said, "Why are you drawing a teleportation formation here?" "Humph! Even if we die, we won't tell you." They weren't afraid of death at all. Although they were a bit cruel, they had a lot of backbone. "Won't tell you?" Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of one of the evil spirit race masters. He immediately used Soul Search to extract the memories of the evil spirit race master. Previously, his cultivation was relatively low, so it was a bit difficult for him to use Soul Search on Saint King stage cultivators. But now it was different. With his cultivation greatly increased, it was relatively easy to use Soul Search. Even if he couldn't search all of the memories, at least he could search some of them. After a while, the evil spirit race's head suddenly exploded, along with its body. It really gave people a fright. And I found a lot of information. It seems that you arranged this teleportation formation to teleport to the underworld. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "It seems that the underworld is really your paradise, but your people in the underworld are all dead. Even if you go down there, it's useless." "What?" The evil spirit race master was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. Yi Tianyun grabbed his head again and began to search his soul crazily. The memories he obtained weren't very complete, so he wanted to search again. When the evil spirit race master's memories were crazily searched, his eyes rolled back. Very quickly, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was a tragic sight. Yi Tianyun had never held back when dealing with them. A moment later, the evil spirit race's ancestor also exploded and died. The The speed of the search was too fast, to the point that they couldn't withstand it, resulting in their bodies exploding. Yi Qianyun's eyes flickered. He roughly knew what was going on. They wanted to open the underworld teleportation formation and wait for their companions to rescue them. Since they could only move around in this area, they dug a deep pit. There were many evil spirit race people living here, so it was perfect as a hiding spot. Old ancestor. The commotion here was quite big. So many evil spirit race people came down from above. There were all kinds of races mixed together, and there were even some with the bloodline of the dragon race. It was obvious that they had captured a lot of people. They were truly despicable. When they saw Yi Qianyun, their eyes immediately turned red, and they said angrily, "You actually killed the ancestor. Fight him to the death." The group of people had long since believed in the 5 ancestors and had been completely brainwashed. There was no way to save them. "It's time to end this." Yi Qianyun stepped on the ground, and with a boom, he flew up, and then with a flip of his hand, he fiercely pressed down on the tunnel, and a huge palm pressed down from the sky. The tyrannical giant palm shattered the tunnel inch by inch. Before the evil spirit race in the room could even react, they were already completely dead. Chapter 866. After Yi Qianyun destroyed this place, he quickly left the passage. There were also many corpses outside. It was obvious that the evil spirit clan had come up from below, or some of them had come back, but they encountered the 12 golden hairpins and were easily dealt with. The 12 golden hairpins cultivation was very strong. Even the weakest among them was at the core transformation stage, so as long as it was not a spirit king stage cultivator, they could deal with them easily. "Leave this place." After Yi Qianyun came out, he looked at them and led the way out. The group of cultivators followed. With the help of the 12 golden hairpins, they had recovered a lot of strength, so they could quickly keep up. Only some of the more serious injuries needed someone to support them. Yi Qianyun did not speed up his pace. Instead, he slowly walked outside. He was not in a hurry at all. The situation here had been resolved. Logically speaking, he should be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but he was still frowning. They will be here in a few months' time. Yi Qianyun's face was gloomy. When he was searching through the memories of those 2 fellows, he discovered an extremely terrifying thing, and that was that these evil spirit race S had used the transmission array to contact their own race. He did not expect that the teleportation array could not only lead to the underworld, but also serve as a communication array that could allow them to contact their clansmen in the ancestral land. After contacting them, the other party said that they had already sent powerful reinforcements. They would arrive in at most 3 to 4 months, or at least 2 months. This meant that the evil spirit clan's army did not have much time left. In just a few months, there were still many things that needed to be planned. After all, they had just started their operation not long ago. After a comprehensive cleanup, there were still many aspects that needed to be dealt with. Who would have thought that they would only have 3 to 4 months? Less than half a year? This was too rushed. It could be said that, in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. This matter must be spread out and reported to the 3 realms as soon as possible. This was not a joke. There was not much time left. Even if they had any grudges before, they had to let go of them now. If they still fought for power, they would not even know how they died. "It seems that I have to race against time." Yi Qianyun hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. He had thought that there would still be a long time, but it seemed like the other party couldn't wait any longer and was madly attacking him. If they could hold on, they could continue protecting the 3 realms. But if they lost, all of them would be finished. After exiting, Yi Qianyun waved his hand, and they flew together with him. They didn't even need Yi Qianyun to carry them. They could easily fly up. In fact, if one's cultivation reached the Spirit King stage, he would be able to fly easily. It was equivalent to using an invisible spiritual power to bind them and then dragging them up into the sky. It was that simple. Under Etienne's lead, they quickly flew out of the area. When they flew outside, Etienne put them down and said, "You can leave now. There won't be any danger here." Some of the cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They kowtowed to Etienne to express their gratitude and quickly left the place. Most of the cultivators knelt in front of Etienne and did not leave. "What do you mean by this?" Etienne frowned and said, "We want to follow our benefactor. Our sisters have already told us that our family members have already been killed. We only want revenge in our hearts and want to kill all the evil spirit races." That's right. Our only motivation now is to kill all the evil spirit race. So please, benefactor, take us in. They all knelt on the ground and begged Etienne to take them in. They had nowhere else to go. Their loved ones had long been plundered and eaten in front of them. They were filled with anger and despair. Now that they had come out alive, they had already lost their motivation to live. All they wanted was revenge. Apart from revenge, they still wanted revenge. "Master, we will be responsible for training them. We won't burden you at all." One of the 12 golden hairpins immediately stood up and pleaded. They all had the same experience, so they didn't need to communicate too much. They already had a great tacit understanding with each other. "Good." Etienne looked at them and said, "You have your own rights. I won't object to taking them in, but in return, you have to take good care of them." "We will." The 12 golden hairpins shouted in unison. "Very good. I will give you a task now. Kill all the evil spirit race in this area. I believe you all know the specifics." Etienne's eyes flashed. "I promise to complete the task." The 12 golden hairpins' eyes were full of surprise. They immediately stood up and quickly left the area with the injured. Some of them found a place to rest. These people were handed over to them. They were the subordinates of the 12 golden hairpins. Ding, successfully subdued Hua Yu as a divine general. Reward, 500, 000 EXP, 20,000 crazy point, 20,000 proficiency. Ding, successfully subdued Yufang as a divine general. Reward. At this time, notifications kept popping up. They all became divine generals. Etienne looked at the notification and didn't feel surprised. They chose to follow the 12 golden hairpins, which is equivalent to following him, so the reward will naturally go to him. Etienne looked at the back of the 2 girls, then disappeared from the area with a single step. In the heavenly abyss forest, the powerful evil spirit race has been killed, so there is no need to worry about them. That's why he let them do this task. Kill all the evil spirit race in this area. This is their task, and it is also a task for the new recruits to gain experience. In a blink of an eye, Etienne quickly returned to Fontian Divine Kingdom. As soon as he saw his grandfather, he hurriedly said, "Grandpa, quickly issue the order to gather all the alliances here. There is a very serious matter to announce." He is now going to announce the situation of the evil spirit race's attack. There is not much time left. He needs to start immediately. Is the evil spirit race going to attack? Yuanlong is not a fool. Looking at Etienne's expression, he knows what is going on. Yes, it is only 3 or 4 months at most, maybe even less. Etienne said, truthfully, "Well, I will go and issue the message now." Yuanlong was shocked, but now he can only fight with everything he has. Etienne's eyes were burning. He clenched his fist and said solemnly, "This is a fight to the death. I only hope that the evil spirit race is not too strong." Chapter 8, 67. After the news was released, many rulers of the celestial nations came one after another, not daring to be negligent. After all, The power of the 10 stars was still there. Who would dare to go against the Fongtian divine nation? The Fongtian divine nation had always been famous, but as time went by, they started to decline, and their prestige started to diminish. But overall, they were still quite terrifying. They were a little afraid, but they had to come to the Fongtian imperial capital. They were not afraid outside. Now that Yi Tianyan had displayed his terrifying power, they did not dare to resist at all. If they resisted, the 10 stars would suppress them, and their imperial capital would immediately be reduced to ashes. Their strongest force was gone. What else could they use to fight? The most prosperous place was the imperial capital. Now that the imperial capital was gone, how could they resist? Soon, they gathered one by one. The lowest level was the empire, and no third-rank forces came. It was not that they looked down on the third-rank forces, but there were too many of them, and it was undoubtedly much simpler for the empire to give the order. King Yi, why have you gathered us this time? They all looked over, but they looked at Yi Tianyan more, because the one who really shocked them was not Yi Yuanlong, but Yi Tianyan. They knew that the real power was Yi Tianyan, not Yi Yuanlong. Let our second elder explain. Yi Yuanlong gestured to Yi Tianyan to explain the situation. The situation is relatively simple. The evil spirit race is preparing to invade. We do not know how strong the enemy is, but they are definitely not weak. At least one of them is above the God King stage. Yi Tianyan said seriously, more than one God King? And this is still a conservative estimate. They were all dumbfounded, and their faces turned green and white. This was quite a shocking thing. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If that was really the case, they would be in great danger. Yes, this is only a conservative estimate, and it might be more. Previously, we sent 2 batches of experts to attack, but they were stopped. The third batch this time would only be larger than the previous batch. When I said one God King stage expert, I just wanted you to be mentally prepared. According to my estimation, there are at least 3 of them. Yi Tianyan said calmly, maybe even the late stage, maybe even the 8th or 9th level of the God King stage will appear. As for Saint King stage cultivators, they are like cabbages in the market. This wasn't a joke during the meeting. It was possible that there would be more than 3 God King stage cultivators. Saint King stage cultivators would definitely be as common as cabbages. He guessed that there were at least dozens of Saint King stage powerhouses. For the 3 realms, Saint King stage powerhouses are relatively rare, but for the outside world, they are equivalent to cabbages that can be found everywhere. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The impact of this news was too great for them. He had thought that the heaven-sealing God nation would say something such as an integration plan, but who would have thought that they would say something so terrifying? Then, how much time do we have to prepare for this? One of the kings asked a crucial question. The longest is 4 months. The shortest is 1 month, Yi Tianyan said honestly. What? Everyone stood up in shock and couldn't even sit on their chairs. This time was too short, so short that they couldn't believe it. Thinking that they would arrive here in such a short time, everyone panicked. If it was an ordinary evil spirit race, they certainly wouldn't worry, but in the face of so many God Kings and Saint King stage cultivators, how could they not panic? Elder E, is there any basis for this? One of the kings had a dignified look on his face. He felt that this news came too fast and too strange. He couldn't believe it. When I went to the evil spirit race's hideout, I found out about it through soul searching. Yi Tianyan said indifferently, Maybe they are just imagining things. In fact, it's not that fast. One of the kings comforted himself. Even if it takes a year or a half or even 10 years, they will eventually come. Yi Tianyan looked at him coldly and said, We are preparing in advance. What's wrong with that? Everyone looked at each other and saw the different expressions in each other's eyes. Some of them didn't believe it, some were shocked, some were afraid. There were all kinds of emotions. Among them, there were some who didn't believe it. They all thought that Eteonyon wanted to take advantage of this crisis to control the power in his hands. However, they didn't say it out loud. They all chose to nod. Now I suggest that everyone prepare. The detailed strategy is up to you to decide. After all, this time the enemy is coming aggressively. They may come through any area. We must know where to come from so that we can prepare a strategy. Eteonyon directly threw the specific strategy to them, Yuanlong and other senior generation leaders to decide. It's not that he is a hands-off leader, but many of the people present know how to arrange the strategy. After all, this time he is not fighting alone, but the entire heaven realm. But I suggest that you must follow the instructions of Fengtian Divine Kingdom. Eteonyon said the most important point. Without a leader to control everything, it is easy to fall into chaos, so it is necessary to distribute the work. What you want, we have to give you. One of the kings couldn't help but ask. Yes, Eteonyon said simply, I object to this. If you abuse your power and transfer our resources, when the time comes, we won't be able to attack. Won't we suffer a great loss? One of the kings thought of this matter and felt very unhappy. When we formed the alliance, I said that we need absolute power. Don't you know that? Eteonyon looked at him coldly. But we can't do that if we listen to you completely. Won't we be finished? Yes. I also support King Luyu. If all our resources are transferred, won't we suffer a great loss? They expressed their dissatisfaction, thinking that they might abuse their power and transfer all their resources. If you don't listen, you can get out of the alliance now. When the time comes, don't come begging us on your knees. Eteonyon's eyes turned cold, and he directly said, he can't be bothered to use the title of world savior to suppress them. It is up to them. If they don't come, then scram. Good. You said it. Maybe it is all nonsense, not the truth. You are just taking advantage of the crisis to scare us, so that you can steal our resources. If we want to leave, then leave. We won't regret it. Chapter 8:68. Sure, if you want to leave, you can leave now. By then, we won't care about your situation. You can do whatever you want. Our Fengtian Divine Kingdom is not a savior, so we can't care so much. Eteonyon waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to say anything more to them. They had clearly agreed on it before, but now they were rebounding. This is not beyond Eteonyon's expectation. After all, it's hard to gather them with coercion. The cohesion is too weak. If they had only agreed because of threats, it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, Eteonyon couldn't be bothered with them. He was not a savior. Since someone wanted to die, they couldn't blame him. We don't care. We've been here for so long. The evil spirit race might not even dare to come. Yes, it's a waste of time if we leave now. With one person objecting, the others became bolder and left the alliance. They didn't plan to join this alliance. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 country lords chose to leave the alliance. However, this was only a small portion. Most of them didn't choose to leave. They chose to wait and see, or were willing to listen to Eteonyon. Eteonyon glanced at them coldly. These country lords' rankings were not low. Some were even in the top 10 forces country lords. Among them, the country lords who were previously in the top 2 chose to sit there calmly and didn't say a word. They either chose to wait and see or not choose to leave. Have a safe trip. Eteonyon gestured for them to leave. There was no need to keep these kinds of people. They would be unsociable in the future. Let's go. The 4 or 5 country lords weren't willing to hand over their divine kingdoms to outsiders. They also didn't want to listen to Eteonyon and the others' orders. They especially didn't believe Eteonyon's words. It might be a conspiracy, a reason to openly plunder resources. They definitely weren't willing to do this. They would only think that those who stayed were fools. They were the real smart ones. After they left, Tianyun looked at the king who continued to stay and said calmly, "Who else wants to leave? If you continue to stay here, it means that you're acknowledging what I've just said. All orders must be obeyed. We will definitely obey the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders. The late emperor has already instructed us to obey the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders." The ruler of the first-ranked tyrannical godly kingdom smiled faintly, indicating that he was willing to stand beside Tianyun. "We are also willing to stand by the heaven-sealing divine kingdom's side. The late emperor also warned us. The ruler of the moon dragon god kingdom, who was previously ranked second, also chose to stand on their side in a friendly manner. The other rulers who wanted to leave were shocked. They had not expected the top two rulers to follow the lead of the Fengtian divine kingdom. Why was it the previous rankings? Now that Tianyun had displayed his strength, the rankings had changed. In everyone's hearts, Tianyun's side was the strongest celestial kingdom in the heavenly realm. Now that two celestial kingdoms had chosen sides, some of the rulers who had been hesitating immediately made up their minds and chose to listen to the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders. "It seems like you guys trust me." Tianyun smiled. "That's right. The late emperor has always said that the sky-sealing godly kingdom is the leader of the heavenly realm, be it in the past or now. It is the leader of the heavenly realm. Since that's the case, how can we disobey?" Each of them spoke better than they sang. Tianyun narrowed his eyes as he observed their expressions. He knew that they were all vixens. They were just trying to figure out the big picture. Everything would depend on the situation in the future. For now, they had made their decision. It would be the stupidest thing to do if their relationship became strained. I know that all of you have some doubts in your hearts. Or perhaps you think that we will plunder your resources openly. Tianyun said indifferently, "To be honest, the sky-sealing godly kingdom is not interested in your resources. The main thing is to integrate and support each other when the time comes. Otherwise, when the time comes, no matter how many resources we have, they will all be used by the evil spirit race." No matter what they were thinking, Tianyun was unable to see through them. However, being able to stay and listen to their instructions was the best outcome. Of course, all of the kings nodded. They had never seen the terror of the evil spirit race before, but their ancestors had recorded it. Just this point alone was very clear. Following that, Tianyun handed the authority to speak to Yuan Long and explained the general situation. Very quickly, the meeting ended. Tianyun did not continue to stay here, but immediately rushed to the mortal realm and the netherworld to announce this matter. Before leaving, Tianyun urged them to continue to increase their efforts to exterminate the evil spirit race. Exterminating all of the evil spirit race in the heaven realm was the most important thing at the moment. Others might not know if the evil spirit race had been exterminated or not, but Tianyun was very clear about it. After all, the mission had not been completed, so of course the evil spirit race had not been exterminated, although those people had left the alliance, because they had already formed an alliance before the completion rate of the mission would not decrease. Otherwise, he was afraid that his experience would be reduced, and his mission completion rate would also be reduced. Very quickly, when he arrived at the mortal realm to announce this matter, everything went very smoothly. They immediately began to prepare to resist the evil spirit race. No one chose to leave or did not believe it. The netherworld was even simpler. It was as if it was their own home. After the announcement, all of them agreed with Tianyun's words. If they wanted any resources, they would take them out without a second thought. The difference was simply too great. The main reason was that the heaven realm had suffered too little damage from the evil spirit race. The mortal realm and the netherworld had suffered more severe damage, and they all knew how terrifying the evil spirit race was. That was why they listened to Etienne's orders. It seemed that sometimes when people were too comfortable, it would be difficult for them to unite. All right, the rest is more or less done. Etienne stared at the sky. His next mission was to check the entrance passageway to the three realms. Of course, the three realms had an entrance passageway, but if one wanted to leave, they would not be able to leave the three realms without powerful strength or powerful treasures. This was like being trapped in a cage. Without strength, there was no way to break out of this cage. Then he stomped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow that flew into the sky. The area he was currently in was the mortal realm. The mortal realm had a passageway out, but it was usually tightly shut. It should be said that there was originally a passageway out of any place. It was just that under the combined efforts of the three divine kings, the divine inscriptions had enveloped a large area of the sky. This was equivalent to forming a protective barrier to resist the invasion of outsiders. Chapter 8:69. After the passageway was opened, a whirlpool-like passageway appeared. Etienne quickly drilled into it. After entering the passageway, not far ahead, there was a pitch-black hole that seemed to lead to an unknown region. He quickly flew forward. After passing through the passageway, he saw a pitch-black world. Outside, there were countless stars and planets floating in the sky. This is the outside of the three realms. There is no air at all. But this is not a problem for him. Around him, there are countless boulders floating on the side. There are also several pitch-black whirlpools. This pitch-black whirlpool gave him a feeling that if he drilled into it, he would die without a doubt. Outside this whirlpool, there are countless boulders forming a wall surrounding it. After he flew out, he turned his head to look back. In front of him is a huge planet, but this planet looks very strange. It is actually divided into three layers. This is the three realms. The top is the heaven realm, the middle is the mortal realm, and the bottom is the netherworld. The layers are stacked together, and now they are all covered by layers of thick clouds. From here, he can clearly see the situation inside. After breaking through to the God-King stage, Etienne's various aspects have greatly improved, and his eyes can see further. Now, he can clearly see that Shi Shuiyun is busy with other things. Many god kingdoms of the netherworld are constantly gathering, setting up teleportation points in various places. Teleportation points definitely need to be set up, and it also needs a lot of effort. This is the reason why they formed an alliance. Every region needs to set up teleportation points, no matter how you fly. You will definitely not be faster than teleportation points. With the support of teleportation points, it will be much faster, far faster than flying. The mortal realm's protection is indeed a bit weaker. Etienne looked up and down at the protective barrier. Although the mortal realm's protective barrier has many layers of protection, it is still a bit weaker overall. The main problem is that under the pressure of the heaven realm and the netherworld, the middle layer has some pressure, making the spiritual power thin, causing it to be more fragile. Because of this, the three god kings continuously strengthened the mortal realm's protective barrier, making it stronger. But no matter how much they strengthen it, it can't be stronger than the other two realms. Etienne looked at the heaven realm and the netherworld realm. The heaven realm was made up of 10 stars that covered a large area. At the same time, it formed a protective array that firmly enveloped the heavenly realm. The underworld was the weakest region on the side. There was an ancient underworld divine pagoda there. Once one got close to it, they would be sucked in immediately. Etienne could feel the strong suction force. Anyone who approached would be immediately sucked in. It would not differentiate between friend or foe. As for the other areas, they were much tougher and more difficult to break through. The main thing was that there were layers of thick barriers that were difficult to break through. However, just because it was difficult to pierce through didn't mean that it couldn't be pierced. He just needed to put in a bit more effort to do so. However, this barrier wasn't just for defense. It could also be used to counterattack. If a few divine king stage experts came, I'm afraid they could easily break this barrier. Tianyan shook his head. He didn't think it would be difficult. If a divine king stage expert came this time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break this barrier. This was basically equivalent to an empty shell and had no effect at all. I just hope that the one who came this time is a bit weaker. Tianyan sighed. He looked at the well-constructed 3 realms. This was the best defense left by the 3 divine kings before they left. Then he turned his head and looked outside. It was pitch black outside, and there were rocks everywhere. Logically speaking, it was impossible to find this place. After all, it was blocked by all kinds of rocks. Moreover, the seemingly terrifying pitch-black whirlpool could be used as a natural defense. Tianyan flew over quickly. There was no resistance at all. He flew forward easily. Along the way, he looked around. Finally, he found a relatively safe way out of the pile of rocks. There were so many places, but there was only one place that he could enter and leave at will. If he flew randomly in other places, he would be smashed by the rocks or sucked into the black whirlpool. At that time, he would definitely die. Tianyan looked at the black whirlpool, and the appraisal, I showed him the detailed information. Black whirlpool, extremely strong suction force. After being sucked in, if your cultivation is not strong enough, you will be easily torn into pieces. Warning, warning! The black whirlpool is extremely dangerous. Do not go near it. It even issued a warning, which meant that with his current strength, if he went near it, he would definitely die. This black whirlpool is really terrifying. It's probably caused by space shattering. If I go near it, I'll definitely die. Tianyan turned his gaze back to the entrance. It was still covered with a layer of divine inscriptions blocking the entrance. From the outside, it looked like there was no entrance, and he couldn't see the situation of the 3 realms. Without a doubt, this was a formation set up by the 3 divine kings before they left to prevent intruders from discovering it. However, the current situation seemed to be meaningless. The formation had been mostly destroyed, and the effect was negligible. It was obvious that it was destroyed by the second batch of evil spirit race. They probably flew towards the netherworld as soon as they arrived, but who knew that they would be sucked in? Let's set up a formation here first. Tianyan quickly flew to the gap and landed among the rocks. He started to carve divine inscriptions to set up a formation. Very quickly, he carved a bewildering formation here, temporarily blocking the entrance. He knew that with his current level, he would not be able to deceive the evil spirit race perfectly. The evil spirit race clearly knew about the stronghold here, so it was useless no matter how hard they tried to hide it. They already knew the location of this place, so there was no way they could hide it. What he needed now was to make a mark. If someone destroyed this place, he would be alerted immediately. This was the main point, so that he would know that someone had barged in, and he would immediately declare war. At that time, he would kill his way out and fight with them fiercely, reducing as much as he could. It's done. Tianyan took a deep breath. He had set up several divine inscription formations here, sealing this place tightly. It was not an easy task to set up a formation on these rocks. They would often fly around randomly. If it were to hit someone, the impact would not be inferior to being hit by a God King stage expert. On the way, he had been smashed several times. If it wasn't for his thick skin, he would have been smashed into a meat patty. After checking again and again and confirming that there were no problems, he flew back and did not stay here any longer. Right now, he was waiting for the evil spirit race to come and prepare for a battle to the death. Chapter 870. After setting up the Great Array, Eteonion quickly returned to the heaven world and began to search for the evil spirit race. He wanted to complete all the quests now. He doesn't want to complicate things. He just wants to solve the internal problems first. However, the heaven realm is basically mobilized. Most of the cultivators have gone to search for the evil spirit race. This is the order issued by him. It is equivalent to the order issued by the Fontion Divine Nation, so the search is very crazy. After a week of searching, all the evil spirit race who were hiding in the heaven realm were finally eliminated. This process is really difficult. They hid one by one, and they hid in several places. The main reason is that Eteonion destroyed the evil spirit race's nest before, so they hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Who knows where they can hide from the entire heaven realm? They are indeed hiding very deep, but because Eteonion joined the search, everything became simple. At most it will take some time. Ding! Completed main quest. Unify the heaven realm. Eradicate all the evil spirit race in the heaven realm. Reward: 60 billion EXP, 6 million crazy points, 800,000 SBS, and obtained a new title, King of Heaven Realm. King of Heaven Realm. Damage increased by 10 times in the Heaven Realm. The effect of the title does not change. It's just the difference in the region. Overall, it is very useful. Relying on this, his combat power can be multiplied many times. Ding! Successfully accepted the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. Resist the invaders, destroy them, and complete the true unification of the Three Realms. Reward: 200 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 10 million SBS, 10 million proficiency points. And the three titles will be combined into a new title, God of the Three Realms. Ultimate Quest. Eteonion's eyes narrowed. This reward is really tempting. It is the most reward in the history of the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. But this is the first time he has seen the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. Does it mean that it is the final quest in the Three Realms? It seems that now is the time to wait for the war to come. This war can only be won, not lost. Eteonion's eyes flickered, and he immediately started to make preparations, such as forging weapons and setting up a large array with them. The Three Realms entered an unprecedented state of unity. All of this was brought about by Eteonion. It had been a long time since they had such a strong sense of unity. Time passed quickly. 1 month passed, then 2 months. Everyone's hearts were stretched taut, and they didn't relax at all. It was the same for Eteonion as well. He had set up countless formations and even forged many weapons. All the resources were provided to him for him to forge. Due to this change, the proficiency of his 3 specializations soared crazily. In the end, he actually stepped into the domain of the Creator. Ding! Congratulations on successfully stepping into the final level, Creator Crafting Expert. Ding! As you have successfully upgraded all 3 professions to the ultimate level, you have obtained the title All-Round Expert, All-Round Ability User. Regardless of level, success rate increased by 20%. There's such a thing? After Eteonion obtained the ultimate level Creator, this omnipotent mastery emerged. However, he didn't care. Anyway, the things he was forging now were all within the scope, and he didn't need to be very strong. Right now, he was mainly forging divine weapons, and he didn't forge divine weapons much. He mainly forged divine weapons. After all, the materials for divine weapons were too rare. The materials used to forge divine weapons could be used to forge dozens of divine weapons. Although divine weapons were much stronger than divine weapons, this was a group battle, and they needed to improve their overall strength, not individual strength. However, those with strong cultivations would definitely have to use divine weapons to fight. He was a little selfish, so he wanted the mortal realm to be slightly more well-equipped. The main reason was that the mortal realm was relatively weak, so he needed to take care of it. Although the mortal realm was weak, it was the most difficult place to enter. This seemed contradictory, but in fact, it wasn't. This was because when one approached it, it was very easy to be swallowed by the ancient Ming divine pagoda or be suppressed by the 10 stars. This meant that if one wanted to force his way in, he would first have to break through the ancient Ming divine pagoda and the 10 stars. The 3 divine kings were not fools. They already knew that the mortal realm was dangerous, so it was impossible not to strengthen it. They didn't need to strengthen anything in the mortal realm. As long as they strengthened the heaven realm and the ghost realm, it was a compromise. The weakness of the mortal realm was too obvious, and even with their ability, they couldn't easily change it, so they could only choose to solve it in this way. The mortal realm was fragile, and it was destined that there wouldn't be too many strong cultivators left in this space, which meant that if too many strong cultivators came in, it would easily lead to the destruction of the world. Now that the rules were stabilized, those who were slightly above the Spirit King stage would choose to leave the mortal realm. Unlike before, there would be a very strong cultivator in the mortal realm. Of course, unless there was a situation like the last time where an old man's blood chi was insufficient and his life was about to end, he wouldn't be forced to go to another space. Therefore, Tianyun was slightly biased towards the mortal realm. There was nothing that was absolutely impenetrable, so he had to strengthen it. Otherwise, there would definitely be problems. Finally, after another month, Tianyun's body shook in the refining room. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the pill he was refining and quickly moved away. The evil spirit race is attacking. Prepare to fight to the death. A few simple words were transmitted into the minds of many rulers, and then he went to the mortal realm and the ghost world to spread the news. Everyone's hearts suddenly shook, and one by one, they stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky with full vigilance. They didn't expect that in just 3 months, the evil spirit race would finally attack. At the same time, in the rubble outside, a huge spirit ship directly crashed into the pile of rubble, turning it into powder. The rubble that was originally strong enough to injure a God King stage powerhouse couldn't even scratch the huge spirit ship. What the hell is this place? How can there be a death whirlpool? General Long Te looked at the black whirlpool outside and frowned. He didn't expect that there would be a death whirlpool here, so he carefully avoided the black whirlpool. Even the spirit ship that crashed into the rubble didn't dare to get close to the black whirlpool. Immediately after, the spirit ship easily entered the black whirlpool, and General Long Te looked back with a trace of contempt in his eyes. What kind of garbage array is that, trying to cover up the situation here? It's simply an idiot. Such a garbage place can kill them. It seems like they are trash to this extent. Chapter 871. After the huge spirit ship crashed into the 3 realms, the evil spirit race's eyes suddenly lit up when they saw the 3 realms in front of them. It's indeed a good domain. The concentration of spiritual power is a bit low, but the core is quite perfect. If we dig out the core, the Lord will definitely be happy. General Long Te's eyes lit up. Of course, they didn't care about the resources here, let alone the cultivation place here. These training grounds were not even 1/10 as good as their own. What they wanted was the core of the 3 realms. This core was the core that maintained the operation of the 3 realms. The result was obvious. The 3 realms would completely collapse. At that time, it would be difficult for all living beings to survive in the outside world. If they wanted to survive in the outside world, they would need to have a very strong cultivation. At this level, they would need to be at least at the Spirit King stage to survive in the outside world temporarily. This was a temporary survival not a permanent one. It couldn't even survive for a long time. This was the reason why the three divine kings set up a barrier to prevent them from going out at will. In the beginning, there must have been people who flew out at will, but they didn't go far before they died. They couldn't fly very far with just their body alone. The speed of Spirit King stage was too slow, and it was estimated that they would die halfway before they could reach the next planet realm. Not only was the distance too far, but there were also many dangers around. Just the rocks alone were enough to smash them into meat patties. Therefore, the three divine kings only allowed those with God King stage cultivation to go out, and those with lower cultivation would not be able to go out. According to this situation, if the core was dug out, less than 1% of the cultivators would survive temporarily. As for those who could really survive, it was estimated that less than 1% would survive. Etianyan had seen it from the outside. There was basically no life in the outside world. Even if they escaped from the stone array, it was still not safe outside. As for where the next domain with life would be, who knows? At the same time, Etianyan had already come out of the three realms, and when he saw the spirit ship that had turned into a sharp arrow, his pupils shrank. Spirit ship, unknown grade, unknown effect, unknown ability. Combat power, 1 trillion. The power of a spirit ship had already reached the level of God King stage 8th or 9th layer, reaching the effect of 1 trillion. His appraisal eyes was still unable to analyze the effects within. This was what made Etianyan shocked. It seemed that he would have to upgrade his probing eyes in order to learn more. This spirit ship in front of him had already surpassed his understanding. This meant that this was no longer a divine artifact, but an existence of a higher level than a divine artifact. It seemed like the evil spirit race was definitely going all out to take down the three realms. Unknown spirit ship, intercepted. Etianyan's eyes flashed, and the evil spirit divine sword appeared in his hand. This was currently his strongest weapon. The rest of his weapons were mid-grade divine artifacts, but they were not divine artifacts. He had to intercept it ahead of time. If he allowed this spirit ship to pass through, it would absolutely pierce through the entire three realms. General, a human has appeared in front of us. His cultivation should be at the early God King stage, not too high. The intelligence officer said immediately, "Reckless human. I can't be bothered to pay attention to him. Just a slight scratch, and he'll be reduced to ashes." General Longtay sneered and looked down on the human cultivator, who had just appeared. In his opinion, the cultivators in these places were just aborigines. What kind of power could they have? Immediately after, the spirit ship increased its power and pierced through at the speed of light. It wanted to ignore Etianyan, who was in front of it, and pierce through the three realms. After entering the piercing mode, its combat power began to soar. It was no longer the previous 1 trillion, but 3 trillion. It was a full 300 billion increase in combat power. How terrifying! Don't even think about it. Etianyan's eyes turned cold as he activated the berserk mode in his body. His combat power instantly exploded. 32 times damage mode. Activate 800 billion combat power. 900 billion combat power. 1 trillion combat power. 3 trillion combat power. 5 trillion combat power. 8 trillion combat power. Finally, under the stacking of 35 times damage, its combat power exploded to 8 trillion combat power. It directly crushed the spirit ship's explosive power. A tyrannical aura was released from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. It was about to collapse from the pressure of this power. This was the level of most of his explosive power, and it was not the limit. If he stayed in the three realms, he could increase the damage by 10 times, but he had to stop the invaders outside to minimize the damage. At the same time, His body began to grow crazily, turning into a huge evil spirits. The berserk black flames raged in all directions. He wanted to ensure that all the evil spirit races that lived in the space could be easily exterminated by him. Immediately, he rushed forward, raised the evil spirit divine sword in his hand, and heavily slashed down. Evil spirit's world-breaking slash. A deep roar came from his throat. A massive black sword light shot forwards, turning into a long black whip that wanted to cut the spirit ship in half. This power, how is it possible? The evil spirit controlling the spirit ship was shocked and immediately shouted to his companions, "Quickly, quickly, quickly increase the power to the maximum. This power is beyond the power of the spirit ship." But everything was too late. The eruption was just a matter of a snap of the fingers, and the black whip heavily lashed out. Boom! The terrifying power exploded on the spirit ship, but it did not cut the spirit ship in half. Instead, it was heavily whipped out. The spirit ship twisted wildly in the air, covered with black flames, constantly rolling upwards, swallowing the spirit ship. The penetrative strength within directly broke through the defenses of the spirit ship, constantly suppressing it. Pucci, one by one, the evil spirits madly vomited blood. Even if they did not die, they were seriously injured. Many of them were relatively close to the edge and were directly killed. These were all evil spirits at the Saint King stage, and under such a shock, they exploded into a blood mist. But this was not the end. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and quickly came to the side, and once again fiercely lashed out, without the slightest intention of stopping. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. With another heavy whip, the spirit ship was sent flying again, and many of the evil spirits inside were blown into a blood mist. But the spirit ship was still not damaged, and only 2 deep marks could be seen on it, but the spirit ship did not explode. This spirit ship was too hard. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 872. When Yi Tianyan wanted to send the spirit ship flying again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure stretched out his hand and flicked the spirit ship, and the spirit ship's black sword light was shattered into countless black lights. Yi Tianyan's eyes widened in shock. He was confident that this move could even suppress a peak God King stage cultivator. Yi Tianyun's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw Yi Tianyun's attack. This meant that the opponent that appeared had a cultivation base that was not as simple as it seemed. General Long. Cultivation unknown, martial arts unknown, weaknesses unknown, equipment unknown, overall battle power, 2 trillion battle power, underburst mode, 2 trillion combat power. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. The General Long Tay in front of him no longer has 8 arms, but 10. This means that this level of cultivation is not God King stage, but a higher level of cultivation, an existence stronger than God King stage. What level of cultivation is that? Yi Tianyan doesn't know. His current appraisal, I can't detect it, unless he upgrades it to update the information. However, upgrading requires a lot of crazy point, so it's not necessary for him to do so for the time being. He would rather use it to upgrade other martial arts or divine skills. It's more cost-effective. Appraisal I is nothing more than a detailed display of the opponent's data. This is a great help in battle, but for the time being, he only needs to know the opponent's combat power, a full 2 trillion combat power. His astonishing cultivation, coupled with his astonishing equipment, created a terrifying combat power. Sure enough, an extremely powerful existence has appeared. Yi Tianyun is not timid. Instead, he is full of fighting spirit, ready to fight. General Long Tay looked at him up and down with a serious expression. He didn't expect such a powerful existence to appear here. If he didn't come out to stop the attack, his spirit ship would have been destroyed, especially when all the people he brought are dead. What's the point of fighting anymore? I didn't expect there to be such a strong existence here. No wonder they died here. General Long Tay looked at him coldly and said, "But it's over. You've killed so many of our people. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, and choose to surrender, you must die. Are all of you from the evil spirit race so arrogant?" Tianyun and General Long Tay looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, won't you find out later?" General Longta shouted. "Charge and break through the defenses of this area." Reporting to General, "The operators of the spirit ship have either died or been severely wounded. We have no way of controlling it," someone immediately said with a sound transmission. "Bastard!" General Long T's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted, "All troops, advance! Kill your way down, and occupy this area." As soon as he said that, countless evil spirit races experts rushed out of the spirit ship. The weakest among them was at the Spirit King stage, while the strongest was at the God King stage. Tianyun swept his gaze across and immediately understood the general situation. There were 3 God King stage cultivators who had come out. There were more than 100 Saint King stage cultivators and more than 1,000 Spirit King stage cultivators. If General Long Tay was included, it would be equivalent to a powerful army, enough to suppress the existence of any force. It was not as friendly as Tianyun thought. There were too many experts sent out, so it was not a problem for them to occupy the 3 realms. But that was before. Now that they had Tianyun, they were fully prepared. Yes, a deafening sound came from above, and a vast energy fluctuation spread throughout the area, and immediately they rushed towards the 3 realms. Without any hesitation, Tianyun swung his sword towards the evil spirit race that was rushing towards him. A black light flashed crazily as Tianyun swung his sword at dozens of Saint King stage experts. The evil spirit's set's amazing long-range effect could kill these beasts from afar. "Evil spirit, devour the heavens." General Long Tay gently waved his 10 arms, and a huge evil spirit appeared beside him. The evil spirit's ferocious expression made it look like a real demon. Then it turned into a wall, blocking Tianyun's attack. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent attacks hit the evil spirits, they exploded one after another, but it didn't show which side was stronger. But it means that Tianyun can't cause any damage to them, so he can only let them rush down. "Your strength is not bad, but it's still not enough. Your opponent is me." General Long Tay took out a huge magic staff. They all like to use magic staff very much. It's just a simple stick, but the level of this magic staff can be seen. It's a high-rank divine artifact. General Long Tay deserves to be called a great general attack. His equipment is too good. It's too good to be true. He could tell that it was a superior grade god artifact just by casually taking out a weapon. The difference between them was not small at all. "Is that so?" Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he quickly released his doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers quickly rushed towards the St. King stage cultivators and directly went into a crazy killing mode. How can this be? General Long T's pupils shrank when he saw the doppelgangers. He picked up his magic staff and waved it towards the doppelgangers, wanting to smash them. As he waved his wand, it released a dazzling black light. Combined with his extreme strength, countless ghoulish skeletons surged out and flew forward at high speed. Each ghoulish skeleton was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. When they came into contact with the rocks, they were easily swallowed. When they were about to bite Tianyun's doppelgangers, a dark sword light shot out at an even faster speed, carrying a red energy. Boom! Those evil spirit skeletons were cut in half just like that, and the overbearing sword light still penetrated forward, killing a large number of evil spirit race powerhouses who wanted to drill into the 3 realms. "Didn't you say that your opponent is me?" Tianyun's whole body exuded the aura of the dragon god. The dragon god bloodline was stimulated by him, and his power once again superimposed, reaching an incredible battle power. Especially when he triggered the critical hit effect just now. His battle power directly exploded to 3 trillion, reaching an unprecedented heaven-defying battle power. How can he still become stronger? Wasn't that his limit just now? General Long Ti's face sank. He thought that Yi Tianyun's previous move was already the limit. He didn't expect that it could continue to increase. It was beyond his expectations. Chapter 873. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race. 3rd layer Saint King stage. Gained 26. 5 billion EXP. 1. 4 million crazy point. 200,000 SBS. Obtained evil spirit blood. Evil spirit bone. Evil spirit soul. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race. 2nd layer Saint King stage. Gained 23. 3 billion EXP. 1. 2 million crazy point. 1. 5 million SBS. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race. 4th layer Saint King stage. Gained. Ding. Yi Tianyun basically bought all the EXP cards he had, including crazy point card, Sin value card, and crazy point card. Among them, the EXP card was 345 times, plus 32 times. It was 377 times. As for the other crazy point, it was more than 20 times, enough to reach crazy point. With so many Saint King stage and Spirit King stage experts, how could he let them go? If he wanted to go crazy, he had to go crazy and use all the EXP cards he had. He knew that the gap between him and General Long Tay was not small, and he could even feel that General Long Tay had not used his full strength yet. If he didn't increase his cultivation, it would be difficult to make up for the gap between them. Just relying on crazy mode was not enough. Although returning to the 3 realms would increase the damage by 10 times, if he could, he didn't want to fight in the 3 realms. After all, this was a battle between God King stage experts. He didn't want to see the 3 realms become full of holes even if he won. The 3 clones killed the evil spirit race in a frenzy. But no matter how crazy they were, there were only 3 clones. The rest of them were too lazy to care about their companions and rushed towards the 3 realms. Their order was to occupy the 3 realms, not to support their companions. Soon, many Spirit King stage, Evil Spirit race, and Saint King stage, Evil Spirit race crazily approached the 3 realms. But when they were about to get close, a huge dragon roared and fiercely swung its tail, sending a group of Evil Spirit race away. Those who were hit by the tail directly exploded. If you want to go in, you have to pass me first. The one who came out was the Dragon King. He had transformed into a true dragon, and his huge body was enough to defend the heaven realm. On the other side of the netherworld, another figure suddenly charged out. This figure was an old man with a walking stick in his hand. He looked like he was about to step into a coffin at any moment. I never thought that I would be able to participate in such a great war in my lifetime. I kind of missed the time when I fought with the ancient underworld godly king. The one who came out was a godly king of the underworld. However, even if he had broken through to the godly king stage, his lifespan was almost up. In fact, he wasn't technically a god king stage cultivator. Just like the old ancestor who had broken through to the Saint King stage before, he couldn't increase his cultivation because they had not truly broken through. Their lifespans did not increase much. However, in terms of the power they grasped, they were indeed infinitely close to a god king. After he appeared, his body blossomed with heavenly een fire, burning his own body. Soon, he transformed into an incomparably young body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a handsome young man, and the walking stick in his hand had turned into a sword. Intruder, die! His gaze turned into a sharp sword as he swung the long sword in his hand reaping lives in an attempt to stop their invasion. This old man, Etionyan, had investigated him before, but he was buried underground and sleeping. Since he didn't come out to harm the world, Etionyan didn't pay attention to him. When he felt the invasion of the outside world, he woke up from his sleep and exerted the last bit of his strength. The other side had a strong combat power, but they also didn't give up. Each one was crazier than the other, and they were absolutely willing to sacrifice their lives. It seems that your fighting spirit is quite strong, but do you think that we only have these few people? General Longtay sneered. Crush them for me. At this time, a large number of St. King stage powerhouses suddenly rushed out of the spirit ship. 100, 200, 300. More than 300 St. King stage powerhouses rushed out one after another, and each of them was not weak. All of them had reached the late St. King stage. However, they looked really weak and didn't have the same imposing aura as their other companions. It was obvious that they had consumed too much energy on the way here, which led to this situation. There was no doubt that these St. King stage powerhouses had consumed their energy on the spirit ship, causing this situation to occur. Now that they had no choice but to rush out and fight, devour all of them to replenish our energy. Their eyes lit up. They were already hungry and thirsty. They wanted to devour all the life in the three realms. If they devour all of them, they will definitely recover a lot of energy. The number of St. King stage powerhouses was already terrifying enough, but now there were suddenly 300 more St. King stage powerhouses. It really made them dumbfounded. What can they do now? Are there so many St. King stage powerhouses in the three realms? The answer is no. At most, there are more than 100 of them, no more than that. There are more than 300 St. King stage powerhouses here. It's like there are cabbages in the market. Yi Tianyun's heart suddenly trembled when he saw this. If all of them rushed in, no matter how many defenses there are, it will be difficult to stop them. Once they all go in, it will turn into a terrible massacre. Purchase Sword Saint set. Ding! Successfully purchased Sword Saint set. Deducted 1 million sin points. Sword Saint set. 50 pieces of equipment. The user can transform into a Sword Saint. All swords within a radius of 10 miles below high-grade sacred tool can be controlled by the user. Up to 10,000 swords can be controlled. Sword Array. 10,000 swords unite as one. Consumes 100,000 crazy points to detonate all weapons, bursting out the power of all weapons to kill the enemy. This is a set of equipment at the same level as the Evil Spirits set, because it's mainly used in group battles. He has never used it, but now it's different. He must exchange for so many Evil Spirit race cultivators. Otherwise, he won't be able to kill so many Evil Spirit race cultivators. Give me the equipment. Etionyan instantly equipped the Sword Saint set. His body immediately turned into a white robe. The original appearance of the evil spirits turned into a Sword Saint. 2 sword lights appeared in his eyes. Sword, come. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Tens of thousands of holy tools rushed out of the three realms. At the same time, many holy tools flew out of his storage ring. He was already prepared. He knew that the other party will definitely send a lot of people, so he prepared a lot of weapons just to match the Sword Saint set. Suddenly, tens of thousands of holy tool, long swords floated around him. Go! Etionyan flicked his finger. Tens of thousands of holy tool level flying swords pierced through the St. King stage powerhouses. Each of them contains terrifying combat power, 200 billion combat power. Chapter 874. Tens of thousands of saint-rank flying swords crazily shot towards the evil spirit race in front of them. Each flying sword tore through space, and the surrounding space was cut open by this tyrannical power. After the flying sword swept past, the space was torn into thousands of holes, as if it would collapse at any time. Each of these flying swords had a combat power of 200 billion, which was enough to destroy a star. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed. This scene scared the surrounding evil spirit race to the point that their souls were about to fly away. Such a terrifying flying sword pierced through the air, and even from afar, they could feel the aura of death. Such powerful strength. The eyes of the Dragon King and the others lit up. They couldn't wait for Tianyun to become stronger so that he could kill all these beasts. General Long T's expression immediately changed. He had never thought that there would be someone who could control so many flying swords at once. The tyrannical power was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks and destroy heaven and earth. Stop right there. General Long Te roared and immediately rushed forward to block Tianyun's attack. However, the tens of thousands of flying swords quickly dispersed. Even if they weren't as fast as General Lanti, they still had the advantage in numbers. They quickly spread out in all directions, harvesting the evil spirit race in front of them. They didn't need to kill any Saint King stage powerhouses. As long as they were from the evil spirit race, they would harvest them crazily. There were less than 10,000 evil spirit race as present, so they could easily attack with so many flying swords. Swish, swish, swish. A streak of sword light pierced through, turning the evil spirit race's huge body into a sieve wherever it went, and it couldn't be any more dead. Successfully killed evil spirit race, third layer spirit king stage. Gained 2. 6 billion EXP, 140. 000 crazy point. 30,000 SBS. Gained evil spirit blood. Successfully killed evil spirit race, fourth layer Saint King stage. Gained 30 billion EXP, 30 billion crazy points. Ding. So many flying swords began to kill in a frenzy, rapidly reaping many lives. The faces of the 3 divine king stage evil spirit race members darkened. They had no choice but to turn back to block the attack and knock the long sword away. Break! One of the demon gods roared angrily and slammed down ruthlessly. The sharp claws in his hands flickered with black light, and 5 sharp beams whizzed forward as he waved them. Bang, bang, bang! The 5 beams of light streaked forward to strike the 3 flying swords. The 3 sacred tier flying swords were torn apart just like that. The weapons they used were not ordinary. They were all mid-grade divine weapons. But after the saint tool is broken, there will be flying swords to replace it. It doesn't need to be a saint tool. As long as it is a soul tool, it can still be used to kill the evil spirit race. If the level of Saint King stage wasn't high, he could still suppress them. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to level 3 God King stage. Under the frenzied slaughter, his experience quickly soared. He had already gained a lot of experience, and this time he gained even more. Therefore, he quickly leveled up to the 4th level of the God King stage, and his combat power soared again. Brat, don't be so arrogant. General Long T's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Tianyun. He raised his wand and smashed it down. Originally, he wanted to intercept these flying swords, but after thinking about it carefully, he remembered that the one who released the flying swords was Tianyun. As long as he killed Tianyun, then everything will be over. After the wand smashed down, it instantly locked the surrounding space. If you look carefully, you can see that General Long T's body is releasing a black golden light, which feels like black gold. His original body suddenly doubled in size. This time, General Long Te is really serious. Tianyun has completely angered him. Combat power, 7 trillion. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. His combat power increased by so much in a short period of time, which immediately made him feel great pressure. He is not wearing the evil spirit set, which greatly reduced his combat power. The power of the Holy Sword set is not bad, but in a one-on-one fight, close combat is undoubtedly very disadvantageous. Whether it is defense or speed, both are greatly reduced. When Yi Tianyun wanted to dodge, he found that the surrounding space has been completely locked, as if there is an invisible wall around him, firmly sealing him inside. There is no way to escape. Teleport! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared outside the space, not daring to forcibly resist. With teleportation, he can easily leave the locked space. This is a true divine skill. The divine skill is to ignore these things and frantically dodge. Boom! After he dodged, the wand smashed down heavily, accompanied by a loud bang. The space in the area that was smashed collapsed, and a terrifying black hole appeared, swallowing the surrounding spatial fragments. However, it quickly began to repair. The domain outside has the ability to repair, so unless it is an irreparable situation, it will quickly recover. How is this possible? General Long Tae is shocked. He has already used quite a bit of strength, but he is still unable to kill a god king. This is a great humiliation to him. For some reason, it just appeared beside him, making him puzzled. Yi Tianyun can't be bothered with his shocked expression. He continuously controlled the tens of thousands of flying swords, quickly blocking the evil spirit race. So far, not a single one has broken in or even approached. The violent flying swords seem to have transformed into countless guards, killing any intruders without mercy. General Long Tae is shocked, but he does not stop attacking. As long as he does not kill Yi Tianyun, then all his subordinates will definitely be killed. If he is the only one left, even if he wins, he will be blamed. He has brought out so many of his people, and if all of them die, it would be equivalent to his own incompetence. Die for me. General Long Tae roared, once again waving the wand in his hand. The eyes of the skull on it lit up, and when it smashed down, it also immediately locked onto Yi Tianyun's escape space. It is basically impossible for him to escape. This attack is more ferocious than before, with a combat power of more than 10 billion. In anger, his combat power has also increased. Given his current situation, there is no way he can take it head-on, unless he changes his equipment. At least he has the strength to resist. But if he changes his equipment, the tens of thousands of flying swords will lose their effect. The cooldown time for teleportation is not over yet, and it will take at least an hour before he can teleport again. Could it be that he needs to quickly level up? This is obviously not worth it. He has an additional stone in his hand, Cooling God's Stone. The Cooling God's Stone can quickly recover the cooldown time of 2 hours, but it can only be used 10 times, but it is enough for him. Use. Teleportation cooldown is over. Swish. Chapter 875. Boom. An explosion resounded in the locked space, and just like before, the space was shattered. The result was the same as before. Yi Tianyun easily dodged the attack. General Long's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? I attacked with all my might, but it didn't work at all? What the hell is going on? How did he escape without a sound? Even if it's teleportation, it shouldn't be possible. General Long's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with anger. When he looked over, he found that many of his subordinates had been killed, especially the Spirit King Stage cultivators. The Saint King Stage cultivators were slightly better off, but that was the late stage. If it wasn't for the 3 God Kings blocking the flying swords, the losses would have been even more severe. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. Looking at the densely packed flying swords, General Long's scalp went numb. He wanted to eat Yi Tianyun bit by bit to vent his anger. Where are you going? Yi Tianyun sneered at the side. He wanted to stall for time. With his current situation, he couldn't kill General Long, but stalling for time was not a problem. After he killed all of these evil spirit races, he would definitely level up several times in a row. After leveling up, fighting with General Long would undoubtedly be a lot easier. Impossible! General Long roared, and once again waved the magic wand in his hand towards Tianyun. The result was the same. Tianyun immediately used the cooling god stone to teleport himself again, easily dodging the attack. The cooling god stone is really useful. Tianyun was very satisfied with the result. If he could stall for time, then the three realms would definitely suffer the least damage. And this result was definitely what he wanted to see. What's going on? So strange. Why did it suddenly disappear? General Long's face sank. He felt that this was too strange, but if he looked carefully, it seemed to be a bit similar to spatial teleportation. But if it was spatial teleportation, how could it be so easy to escape? Very good, you have angered me. General Long let out an angry roar. As he roared, the two arms on his back exploded into a mist of blood. The burst of blood mist quickly landed on his body. Following that, his combat power soared crazily, especially when it was plated with a layer of blood-red luster. This cruel performance made Tianyun frown, feeling that something was wrong. As expected, the next moment, General Long's battle power continued to soar to 300 billion. Suddenly, his battle power reached 3 trillion. He felt that battle power was not battle power, but a series of meaningless numbers. How did it increase so terrifyingly? However, Tianyun could guess that it was something similar to burning one's essence blood. It was just that they were more ruthless to themselves, directly blowing up 2 arms. It seemed that the effect was not as simple as increasing their combat power. Combat power was just an estimate. As for what the situation was, he wasn't very clear. For example, increasing one's defense could also increase one's combat power, but it didn't mean that one could really crush the opponent after increasing one's combat power. How could he defeat his opponent if he only increased his defense? After the outburst, a bloodthirsty gaze shot out from his eyes, and the wand in his hand seemed to become strange. Go to hell! General Long roared angrily and continued to smash down. A roar came from the wand. Immediately, countless vengeful spirits flew out from it. Just like before, they completely locked down the space. At the same time, countless vengeful spirits tore towards him. Their speed was extremely fast, several times faster than before. After the outburst, all aspects of his strength had greatly increased. It was practically comparable to a divine skill. However, the side effects were definitely not small. With both arms blown up, he would definitely need to rest for a long time. Just as he was about to smash down, Tianyun's figure flashed, and he easily teleported away from this locked space. Even if he increased his power, the space could still leave as he wished. This was the power of a divine skill. He could easily pass through the opponent's space without any pressure. He didn't know what the limit of this teleportation was, but it was fine as long as he could teleport now. Just as he appeared in a corner, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a thick stench drifted into his nose. His heart shook, and he hurriedly used the cooling god stone. Swish! In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in another area. However, just as he appeared, another figure appeared in front of him, swinging a red light at his waist. Go! Tianyun's heart sank, and he teleported away again. However, when he appeared again, the red figure that seemed to be attached to him appeared in front of him again, swinging the red wand in his hand at him. If he was hit, he would definitely be heavily injured. Go again. Tianyun knew that this red figure was none other than General Long. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. After the outburst, as long as he sensed General Long's reappearance, he would immediately attack. Under such circumstances, his cooling god stone was being used up rapidly. If this continued, all 10 cooldowns would be used up. He didn't have any spare cooling god stone, so he couldn't hold on for too long. It could even be said that it would be used up once every breath. How could he continue like this? After he teleported for the last time, he quickly put on the evil spirit set and threw out the heaven-devouring artifact at the same time, forming a thick shield around him. He also threw out the heavenly rock suppression tablet to defend in front of him. Boom! This time, the wand smashed over again, accompanied by a loud bang. Tianyan felt as if his internal organs were about to be moved away, and he was directly smashed away. The heaven-devouring artifact's shield could not even withstand for a second, and was completely smashed. Then it smashed into the heavenly rock suppression tablet, and the powerful defensive power of the tablet was also smashed by the wand. The remaining power slapped over, smashing into Tianyun's body. Humph! Tianyun was smashed upside down, and at the same time, tens of thousands of flying swords fell one after another, floating in the air as if they were ownerless. He immediately suffered some minor injuries, but overall it was still okay. If he had not replaced his equipment, he would have really been seriously injured by this smash. This power was really too terrifying. 3 trillion combat power. If not me, who else? He didn't expect to fail in the end. This General Long was really too powerful. Kill! Without the flying swords to block, they charged forward in a frenzy. How could the Dragon King and the mysterious old man stop them? Just the 3 demon gods alone were enough to make them suffer. Chapter 876. Many evil spirit races rushed over, and just as they collided with the thick barrier, they immediately triggered the protection mechanism of the 3 realms. 10 stars blossomed with dazzling light, and a thick beam of light blasted out, easily killing the evil spirit race experts that rushed up. Even the Saint King stage evil spirit race experts were easily suppressed. The ancient Ming divine pagoda was equally violent. A terrifying suction force was released, sucking in those evil spirit race beings that were pouncing over. Then, it used the strengthened sky lightning space to suppress and kill them. Even if the ancient Ming divine pagoda could not kill the evil spirit race immediately, it could still trap them inside. When that time came, they could slowly clear the area. However, there was no need for that. The descendants of the ancient Ming inside would help clean up the evil spirit race. It could be said that the ancient underworld divine pagoda was the safest, much safer than the 10 stars. However, in terms of lethality, the 10 stars were indeed stronger. It was a complete killing tool. This scene caused many of the evil spirit races to retreat in fear. They never thought that the 3 realms would be able to unleash such a terrifying defense. Some of the evil spirit races who turned to the mortal realm were also quickly suppressed. If he wanted to go to the mortal world, he still had to destroy the defenses of the netherworld and the heavenly realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter. Scram! A devil god roared and slapped down, sending the Dragon King flying. Golden light flickered on the Dragon King's body. He was barely able to block this attack, but he was unable to stop the many evil spirit races. The other mysterious old man was in the same situation. He was repeatedly forced back, and he was pressured to the point of being unable to catch his breath. At the end of the day, their cultivation bases weren't at the heaven-defying level. Thus, they were easily suppressed by the 2 demon gods. It would be good enough if they didn't die, let alone defeat the 2 demon gods. There was only 1 demon god left, and it quickly slammed down towards the heaven realm. With a flip of his hand, his huge palm pressed down fiercely, colliding with the power that erupted from the 10 stars. Boom, boom, boom. The demon god's tyrannical power easily suppressed the power of the 10 stars. Regardless of whether it was the 10 stars or the ancient underworld divine pagoda, they were very effective against cultivators below the God King stage. However, they were not very effective against God Kings. The two divine artifacts were very shocking, but no matter how shocking they were, they could not easily kill a god king. Unless a god king used them, the effect would be different. A mere mid-grade divine artifact, Scram, the demonic god fighting with the 10 stars, roared furiously, and a vast power pressed down, accompanied by a loud sound. The entire heaven realm shook, and all the cultivators inside were shocked. They felt that the end of the world was coming. Then, the 10 stars fell from the sky like meteors. They fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating 10 huge craters. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the 10 stars were extremely damaged, but they could still be used after being repaired. But now, there was really no way to suppress it and temporarily lost the ability to defend. When the cultivators of the heaven realm saw the changes in the sky, their expressions changed greatly. Among them, the faces of those who chose to leave the alliance immediately became incomparably ugly. Is this really an attack? When they saw the 10 stars being shot down, they knew how serious the situation was. There was definitely going to be a big attack. This time, they all panicked and hurriedly said to their subordinates, "Quick, quick! Let's quickly communicate with the alliance and gather together to fight against the evil spirit race." "Lord, Lord, it's too late, look up." The guard pointed to the sky. Then he saw a lot of evil spirit race people descending from the sky. Among them, there were 7 or 8 Saint King Stage cultivators and many Spirit King Stage cultivators. As soon as they landed, they immediately began to devour the city. Some of them even destroyed the city first. For a time, the entire imperial capital fell into chaos. Some of them began to kill the evil spirit race people, but basically, they were caught and devoured by the evil spirit race people. Not only did they not cause any damage to them, but they were also devoured by the evil spirit race people to replenish their energy. The heavenly king's face was pale. This terrifying power was beyond his imagination. Let's go. When the heavenly king wanted to escape, he saw the evil spirit race people in front of him. "Your cultivation is not bad. It will definitely be a great supplement to devour you." The evil spirit race people pounced on the heavenly king, waved their 8 arms behind them, grabbed the heavenly king, and then devoured him. The heavenly king couldn't even resist, and was easily devoured by the evil spirit race people. At the moment of devouring, the heavenly king was filled with regret. Why did he do such a stupid thing? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were suppressed and devoured by the evil spirit race people. Not only the heavenly king here, but the other heavenly kings also panicked. They wanted to hurry to find the alliance, but they didn't have enough time to escape. The evil spirit race people devoured those with high cultivation first, so that they could replenish their energy. It was useless for them to regret. They were mercilessly devoured. Not only did they pay the price for their selfishness, but they were also irresponsible to their people, so they were all devoured by the evil spirit race. However, some of them still quickly fled to the alliance. After all, there were so many of them, and it was impossible for the evil spirit race to devour them all. They just devoured those with high cultivation first, which was a great supplement for them. On the other hand, the alliance was already prepared. When the evil spirit race people pounced on them, they immediately activated the array and launched a fierce attack. The Spirit King Stage evil spirit race could be directly suppressed, and the Saint King Stage evil spirit race could be easily pinned down, waiting for the Saint King Stage evil spirit race to kill them. "Quick! Quick! The Yun Luo Divine Kingdom is under attack. Let's go and support them." One of the divine kingdoms that was not attacked immediately went to the Yun Luo Divine Kingdom through the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yun Luo Divine Kingdom's territory and rushed towards the evil spirit race. The other divine kingdoms also did the same. They all followed their original strategy, and supported the other divine kingdoms without any hesitation. The overall situation was still manageable. After all, there were many arrays arranged, and there were also many Saint King stage powerhouses. With the help of the teleportation array, everything could be suppressed. This time, the divine kingdoms were fighting the enemies crazily. They did not fall into a crisis immediately. On the contrary, it was those who did not join the alliance who fell into a crisis immediately. They were not prepared at all, and they all thought that it would not happen. This was the result of arrogance. They were attacked one after another, and they basically fell into the enemy's hands. On the other hand, Eteonyon had already put on the longevity necklace and quickly recovered from his injuries. He first looked at the three realms, then looked at General Long, who was not far away. Chapter 877. After the heavenly world's barrier was breached, the ghost world's barrier was also breached. The ancient Ming divine pagoda couldn't devour too many evil spirit race, but the key was that these evil spirit race were very powerful. After suppressing the ancient Ming divine pagoda, they broke through the barrier of the ghost world and began to rush in. The war in the ghost world immediately broke out, and everyone was ready to fight to the death. When the two worlds were invaded, there was no need to say much about the mortal realm. It was quickly attacked by the other evil spirit race. However, there weren't many evil spirit race that went to the ghost world. Most of them were used to deal with the ghost world and heavenly world. But no matter how few there were still a lot of Saint King stage experts. Eteonyon's heart tightened when he saw this scene. He hoped that they would be able to hold on. "I'll leave it to you. You must hold on." Eteonyon quickly recovered from his injuries as he stared at General Long Tay. He had to admit that General Long Tay was too overbearing, and his combat prowess had reached an incredible level. Your world's defense isn't bad, but that's all there is to it. It was still breached. General Long Tay also paid attention to the situation of his subordinates. He immediately turned to look at Eteonyon and said coldly, "But don't worry, you will die before them." General Long Tay gently waved his wand, and a red light flashed on it. It was a bloodthirsty light, and Eteonyon didn't know how many experts had died under this wand. General Long Tay was really terrifying, worthy of being a great general. "Really? I don't think so." Eteonyon's eyes flashed, and the system kept popping up in his ears. Ding! Alliance successfully killed Evil Spirit Race, 3rd level Spirit King stage, gaining 2 billion EXP, 500,000 crazy point. Ding! Alliance successfully killed Evil Spirit Race, 4th level Saint King stage, gaining 1 billion EXP, 5M crazy point. Ding! Alliance. All of this was not him fighting, but the whole 3 realms was fighting. After they killed Evil Spirit Race, he also gained EXP. It's just that he couldn't get the items. He only got EXP. This was the effect of unifying. As long as they killed enemies, they would be able to gain experience. Although he didn't get any items, the EXP he got was enough. If he could continue like this, the experience he gained would be enough for him to level up. Once his cultivation increased, his chances of winning would increase significantly. "I'd like to see what other abilities you have." In the next moment, General Long T's power burst forth once again. Boom! It was no different from teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Eteonyon. He raised his giant wand and smashed it towards his body. Bang, bang, bang. The force of his wand caused the space around him to tremble, and the space around him began to collapse rapidly. At the same time, just like before, it locked down the surrounding space. It was this small region of space that was compressed and collapsed. Eteonyon was also well prepared. He activated the Dragon God and Phoenix bloodlines in his body to the maximum, and his strength was almost stacked to the maximum. With the combination of the Evil Spirit set and the Ancient Desolate set, his strength was stacked to an even higher level, and his combat prowess was stacked to an even higher level. 2 trillion battle power. 2 trillion battle power. 4 trillion battle power. Finally, Eteonyan stopped at 4 trillion battle power. He picked up the Evil Spirit Divine Sword and slashed down, triggering the effect of the Evil Spirit Divine Sword. Ding! Consume 10,000 crazy points. Evil Spirit Soar. Boom! With the explosion of the effect, Eteonyan's combat prowess increased by another 200 billion, reaching 6 trillion. It's not over yet. The divine rune on the Evil Spirit Divine Sword buzzed, increasing his combat prowess by another 100 billion. It finally reached 7 trillion battle power. It's a terrifying number, but it's still a lot worse than General Long Tay. But at this point, he can only endure it. Boom! A huge wave was released in the dark, starry sky. Layer after layer of energy fluctuations spread to the surroundings, and wherever it went, the space instantly collapsed, including the surrounding rocks, were shattered into powder. The damage caused by the battle between the two was too terrifying. The invincible explosion shrouded both of them, and it's hard to tell who will win. Immediately, a figure was blasted away, and it was Eteonyan. As expected, he was the first to be blasted away. General Long Tay is the strongest. The evil spirit race in the distance was shocked, and they were filled with extreme fanaticism for their general. But before he could finish his words, another figure was also blasted away from the other side. The situation was not as good as expected, and there were also a lot of injuries on his body. Eteonyan's situation was a lot worse than General Long Tay's. There were a lot of injuries on his body, and blood kept flowing out of his body, and some parts of his body even lost a piece of flesh. The gap between the two was not small, and it was not easy to be able to do this. Replace the longevity equipment. He instantly replaced the equipment and began to heal his injuries. Soon, his injuries quickly stabilized, and the blood stopped flowing, and the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The longevity equipment is amazing, and the recovery speed is amazing. General Long Tay was shocked. He had to sacrifice 2 of his arms to increase his combat prowess, but he still couldn't kill Eteonyan, and he could barely fight him once. It's incredible. How did he do this? Did he hide his strength before? General Long Tay's expression sank. This was not a good sign. He only wanted to quickly kill Eteonyan and occupy the 3 realms as soon as possible. He really wanted to ignore Eteonyan and quickly occupy the 3 realms, but he had no other choice. He had to kill Eteonyan, or else he would continue to attract those flying swords, and they would definitely suffer heavy losses. I don't believe it. General Long Tay roared, and the 2 arms on his back exploded again, and a large amount of blood dyed his body red. Immediately after, his body increased by 2 times, and his combat prowess increased crazily. He was really ruthless to himself. Now that things had come to this, he could only explode his arms again to increase his combat prowess. He was currently wearing good equipment, and it was impossible to change to other equipment. If he had stronger equipment, he would have taken it out long ago. Why would he explode his arms again? After exploding his arms, his combat prowess increased crazily again, 200 billion combat prowess, which was less than before. The explosion could not be endless, and the higher it was, the harder it was to increase it. To be able to increase so crazily in one go was already terrifying enough. Chapter 878. 2 trillion battle power. The long string of numbers was almost off the charts. Fortunately, the appraisal I could withstand it. Otherwise, such shocking numbers would definitely not be displayed. Eteonyan did not know what level this battle power was. At the very least, a peak god king stage cultivator did not have such a level of cultivation. Perhaps only an existence who had reached a higher level could burst out such a shocking level. If General Long did not use this kind of self-damaging move, it would really be impossible to reach such a number. Although the loss was serious, as long as he was given time to recover, he could still recover. The main thing was that he came here to complete the mission. If he could not even complete the mission, he would be scolded half to death even if his body was intact, and he might even be punished. Therefore, when it was time to erupt, he would definitely not be stingy. Huff, huff, huff. I didn't expect you to force me to this point. This is really beyond my expectations, but this is a little more interesting. Whoosh. In the next moment, General Long arrived in front of Tianyun. The magic wand in his hand had already changed into a different dark red color. When he waved it, countless wraiths rose up and formed phantoms in the surroundings, enveloping the area where Tianyun was. There was basically no way to escape. Whether it was speed or strength, they had greatly increased. Even if he only had 6 arms, the reduction of arms did not reduce his strength. It only increased his strength. Detonating these arms was like removing layers of armor, becoming lighter and more violent. In the face of such a terrifying power, Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He did not hesitate to take out the Heaven and Earth Divine Sigil. This was the absolute divine sigil of the spirit race. It could increase his damage by 5 times. Heaven and Earth Divine Sigil, open for me. He stuck the Heaven and Earth Divine Sigil on his body. In an instant, the blood essence flowed into his body, and a deep blood mark appeared on his chest. Following that, his battle power soared crazily and directly exploded. 2, 8 trillion battle power. 2, 9 trillion battle power. 200 billion battle power. Logically speaking, a 5-fold increase in battle power should be more than this value. After all, his current base value was around 70 billion, so he should be able to explode to around 310 billion. However, the effect of the Heaven and Earth Divine Sigil was limited. It did not mean that it could really explode 5 times the effect for every rank. However, to be able to increase battle power by 200 billion was already quite heaven-defying. At least he had forcibly pulled back the distance, as if he had returned to the starting point of the battle. Boom! The 2 of them were quickly bounced back under this extreme explosion. The evil spirit divine sword in Tianyun's hand was almost bent by the pressure, and General Long Ti's hand was bleeding from the impact. The evil spirit races who were watching from afar were all stunned. Their general had actually tied with his opponent again. It was simply unbelievable. One had to know that General Lanti had lost 4 of his arms to achieve such an effect. What did this human drop? He didn't seem to have dropped anything, so how could he still hold on? What's going on? You can still hold on. General Long Ti's face sank, but after he stabilized his body, he waved his wand again and smashed it towards Tianyun. He didn't stop at all. He directly entered the Berserk War mode. He wanted to crush Tianyun. General Shun, Divine, and God. Long, the God, and Spirit. Divine, he God. God, he God, he God. After all, the Heaven and Earth Divine rune can only last for 5 minutes. If this continues, he will definitely lose. Crazy mode. Not to mention that he doesn't have enough crazy points. He needs 200 million crazy points, which is too much. Even if he has 200 million crazy points, his level is not enough. If he wants to upgrade this crazy mode, he needs to be a peak God King. He doesn't know why he needs such a high level, but even if he has enough, he can upgrade it. Now, he can only start from other places. For example, upgrading Dragon God Bloodline is a good choice. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with General Long was already in front of him. The wand was already descending from the top of his head. It could be said that each strike was more violent than the last, and the power was terrifying. Heaven-shaking art. Tianyun roared as he gathered 100 million gene of power in his hand and waved it towards General Long Tay. His combat prowess increased, but not by much. After all, General Long T's strength was also amazing, so there was no need to fear him. Boom! Tianyun almost vomited blood when he was hit by the wand. I didn't expect this guy's combat power to increase so much. General Long didn't let him go. In a flash, he quickly chased after Tianyun. He turned into a meteor and smashed down from the sky, wanting to kill him. Upgrade heaven-shaking art. Ding! Deducting 5 million proficiency points, successfully upgraded heaven-shaking art to middle-grade heaven-level martial art. Effect increased to 10 billion gene of divine power. Trample the world. Next level requires 20 million proficiency points. Heaven-shaking art. Tianyun's eyes flashed. His body immediately became 10 billion gene. He waved the evil spirit divine sword to meet the attack. A huge mountain shadow appeared behind him, covering a large area behind him. At this moment, he seems to have turned into a huge mountain. Even the ancient Ming divine pagoda is dwarfed by it. 1 trillion combat power. With this invincible divine art, his combat power actually soared to 200 billion. As expected of an invincible heaven-level divine art, its power is many times stronger than before. Boom! The two collided again, and the two were sent flying again. The starry sky collapsed again. This time, the two of them fought to a draw again, which surprised the Dragon King and the others in the distance. Tianyun was obviously pressured to the point that he couldn't bear it anymore, but suddenly he rose again. What was going on? Was it the final radiance of the setting sun? Damn it, what the hell is going on? General Long Tay almost vomited blood. He thought that he could suppress Tianyun, but he didn't expect it to be a tie again. That's what happened. Tianyun's eyes were cold, and at the same time, he gave an order in his mind. Upgrade Dragon God Bloodline. Ding! Successfully deducted 50 million crazy points to upgrade Dragon God Bloodline to 8th grade. Next grade requires 100 million crazy points. Tianyun didn't hold back. Since he can't upgrade crazy mode for the time being, he might as well use it to upgrade other things. Dragon God Bloodline is very useful. It can greatly increase the effect of strength, and the higher the level, the more amazing it will be. After the upgrade, his combat power increased again. 2 trillion combat power. 3 trillion combat power. 4 trillion combat power. 5 trillion combat power. Chapter 879. After upgrading his Dragon God Bloodline, his battle prowess surpassed General Long. Of course, the Dragon God Bloodline's amplification wasn't that scary. What was scary was the effect of the Dragon God Bloodline, which stacked the crazy damage system. The effect of the Dragon God Bloodline wouldn't clash with the crazy damage system. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to upgrade it. This meant that after upgrading the Dragon God Bloodline, it would be 32 times stronger. How could the effects be bad? Explode. Tianyun's entire body was in the evil spirit state, and he was wrapped in thick Dragon God armor, which actually covered up the effects of the evil spirit set. It seemed like the further he upgraded, the more terrifying the effects would be. In this state, Tianyun didn't even need to use his weapon. He just swung his fists. The space was smashed into pieces, turning into a red light that pierced down. Upon closer inspection, this red light was actually a huge red dragon twisting its huge body in space. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through space. In reality, it was energy spreading in all directions, pouring into everyone's heads and causing them to buzz. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of General Long and swung his fist. General Long was stunned. He didn't expect Tianyun to initiate an attack. He quickly raised his wand to meet the attack. Boom! The fist smashed into the wand. With a muffled sound, General Long was sent flying. The wand stuck to his huge body and caved in. He felt his insides churning as if his body was about to shatter. He was stunned. The humans that he had suppressed before, then fought to a draw with him, were now suppressing him in terms of strength. Tianyun didn't stop. He didn't have much time. He had to end this quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Tianyun was like a madman punching General Long Te again and again, and General Long Te's body was about to explode. Every punch smashed into his body. The berserk power of the dragon, the scorching heretic god flame, and the astonishing gravity of the heaven-shaking divine art were all gathered in his fists. General Long Te's body, which had become several times more berserk, was still blown apart by the punches. His body had caved in quite a bit, and his internal organs had been damaged. This was simply a brutal beating. Their general was brutally beaten, just like that. The evil spirit race were all stunned, their morale plummeting. General Long Te was their general. Only when the general was domineering enough would their morale rise. Now that they had been ruthlessly beaten up, the evil spirit race that was paying attention to this side felt their hearts go cold. If the general died, would they still be able to win? The Alliance experts below all noticed the situation over here. Since the barrier was gone, those with high cultivation could see what was going on outside. Seeing the two venerables fighting crazily, even they could feel the energy fluctuations. They were all very worried about Tianyun, and they believed that their great emperor could win. The result was not unexpected. Tianyun was getting stronger and stronger as he fought. He was actually starting to gain the upper hand. If this continued, General Long would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Ah! General Long Te roared angrily. He ignored Tianyun's attack and forcefully waved his magic staff at Tianyun. With a dong sound, Tianyun stretched out his hand to block and was sent flying just like that. However, the damage to him was not big and could basically be ignored. After strengthening his dragon god bloodline, his defense had increased by tens of times. His skin was really thick. Damned human, I want you dead. General Long Te roared towards the sky. The 4 arms on his back all exploded, leaving only the 2 in front of him. 4 arms exploded in one go, and he took out a bottle of black blood and fiercely swallowed it. The surface of his body started to gradually become incomparably black, and layers of thick black crystals even started to appear, looking extremely hard. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. After this General Long Te exploded, his combat power jumped crazily and was about to explode. But this number quickly stopped jumping and finally stopped at 4. 2 trillion battle power. He actually increased his combat power by nearly 10,000 in one go. This time, he completely exploded, and it was the type that did not care about his life. Tianyun could see that this was definitely an action that did not care about his life. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. His body would probably explode. It was obvious that General Long Te's patience had reached its limit. He would not drag this on and wanted to kill Tianyun in the most domineering manner. He wanted to end everything. After all, with his previous state, he would not be able to hold on for too long. This state, which was similar to burning his blood essence, definitely could not be maintained for too long. Thus, he had to end the battle quickly. Dong! General Long Te stepped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of Tianyun, his magic staff fiercely swinging down. Whether it was speed or strength, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. Tianyun's body paused, and he quickly waved his sword, clashing head-on with General Long Te. Boom! Tianyun was sent flying like a ball. directly falling towards the direction of the mortal world, unable to stop. Like a huge meteorite, he quickly fell down and heavily smashed into the mortal world. Boom! A loud sound soared into the sky, and the entire mortal world shook. After the dust dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared in front of them, and Eteonion was lying inside. Blood continued to gush out of his body, flowing all over the ground. The dragon armor on his body had been shattered, and his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. This power was really too terrifying. It was definitely not as simple as increasing his combat power by almost 1 trillion, but an overall increase in his strength. It was obviously related to the black blood. As if he had swallowed some potion, his combat power had greatly increased, and his strength was even more heaven-defying. More importantly, now that he had smashed into the mortal world, it meant that this place was about to become a battlefield. Outside, he could casually cause space to collapse. If he fought here, he would definitely destroy the mortal world. The effect of the heaven and earth divine rune has disappeared. Following that, he immediately lost hundreds of billions of combat power, and his strength greatly decreased. How could he compare to this General Long Tay now? He believed that as long as he continued to resist, even if he could not kill General Long Tay, he would still be able to delay for a while, and General Long Tay would definitely lose. Under such a situation, he would not be able to hold on for too long. But now, he could not even hold on for a short period of time. The gap between the two immediately widened by 6 to 700 billion, and the pressure doubled. He still had no heaven and earth god runes. Actually, he still had heaven and earth god runes. Yi Qingxian had previously prepared 2 for him, and in addition to the one she gave him a long time ago, he had 3, but he could not use them for now. They could not be used immediately and needed at least a day before he could use them. Chapter 880. Without the heaven and earth god runes 5 times buff, but with the title's 10 times damage buff. It seemed more suitable, but the mortal world was definitely not a good battlefield. A little carelessness would spread to other areas, and there would be countless casualties. General Long Tay would definitely hold back. As for compressing the power and not letting it spread to the surrounding area, it was absolutely impossible. This was what he was worried about. Otherwise, he would have come down earlier and waited for General Long Tay to come down. With the 10 times damage buff, he would be invincible. However, for the safety of the 3 realms, the area he chose to fight in had always been outside. Now that it was smashed down, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Their heavenly cloud's great emperor was smashed down just like that, and he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. However, Eteonion quickly bounced up from the ground and instantly replaced the longevity necklace and longevity ring with the longevity necklace and longevity ring. Eteonion used the healing medicinal pill to heal his injuries as fast as possible. At this time, General Long T's figure appeared in the air. He turned his head and looked around contemptuously. Is this your environment? It's really garbage. However, it's really unexpected for such a strong cultivator to appear in such a garbage environment. His expression was full of contempt, but his heart was full of shock. It was really unexpected for such a strong cultivator to appear in such a cultivation environment. However, he didn't show it on his face. He still had an arrogant expression on his face. Xiao, Eteonion disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the next moment, he appeared in front of General Long Tay. Teleportation. Open for me. He roared, and suddenly the 3 realms began to shake. The 3 heaven-ascending divine altars released dazzling light. Whether it was the 10 stars that fell to the ground or the ancient Ming divine pagoda below, they all began to release dazzling light. Immediately afterward, 3 phantoms appeared in the sky. They were the phantoms of the heaven-creating divine king, and the others, the The strongest, well, they left behind, converged into the most overbearing power. In just a breath's time, the three realms gathered a terrible power, turned into a huge nail in the air, and fiercely pierced towards General Long Tay. The space around General Long Tay was instantly locked, and a golden light wall trapped him inside. This was the trump card left behind by the three godly monarchs. Even if Fiend Celestial Longu escaped, he could be suppressed for another 100 years. Tianyan was currently using it on General Lanti. Although he didn't know how effective it would be, it was still worth a try. The main thing was that this effect included suppressing power and minimizing damage. In the blink of an eye, the huge nail pierced through the golden light. It looked like it had indeed pierced through General Long Tianyan, did not stay idle. He also raised the evil spirit divine sword and unleashed his dragon god bloodline. Once again, he aimed at General Long and slashed down, wanting to cut him in half. With the 10 times increase, his battle power suddenly soared to more than 700 billion, reaching 4 trillion battle power, almost catching up to General Lanti. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, as if it had smashed into some sharp metal weapon. When the golden light disappeared, General Long appeared in front of him unscathed. There was not a single wound on his body. The combined power of the three godly monarchs was unable to cause any damage to General Long Tay. It looked like the black crystal on his body had completely blocked it. More importantly, General Long had actually caught Tianyan's tyrannical sword with his bare hands. However, this sword with all his might had still caused damage to General Long Tay. It had even pierced through the crystal and sunk in. Thick black blood flowed out and flowed down his palm to the ground. When it touched the ground, it actually melted the ground, creating an unfathomably deep hole. Just a single drop of blood was enough to pierce through heaven and earth. It was truly unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable was that General Long Tay had caught this sword. Previously, when the difference was not too great, he could at least send someone flying. Now, he could not even send someone flying, yet he had caught this attack with his bare hands. It was enough to show that General Long Tay was very confident in his physique. He believed that Tianyan would definitely not be able to break through his defense. He can still get stronger. General Long T's expression changed. He was very confident in himself, but his hand had almost been chopped off. He thought that he could completely suppress Tianyan. How did he suddenly catch up? It was truly strange. This was the result of sacrificing 8 of his arms and drinking a bottle of blood. What changes did the other party have? He had never seen it before. He did not consume any berserk pills, nor did he have any other changes. He did not even burn his essence blood. Yet, he was getting stronger and stronger. It was truly too strange. I can't let you live. General Long Tay pulled Tianyan over and threw a punch at Tianyan. When Tianyan was pulled over, he felt a terrifying force forcefully pulling him over. Then, he quickly let go and swung his fist to meet General Long Tay head-on. Boom! The two fists collided. After the violent forces collided, both of their bodies trembled. Tianyan was directly sent flying, while General Long Tay only took half a step back. Along the way, a violent force pressed down in all directions, causing the ground to sink. Because the pressure was too strong, a huge crack appeared on the ground and quickly split open in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100 miles was immediately destroyed. Many flowers and trees were crushed into powder. Some places on the ground were also crushed into dust and drifted in all directions. With just a simple punch, the area within 100 miles was destroyed. If they continued to fight, the mortal world would definitely be gone. Especially the space, the sky began to slightly collapse. The originally blue sky became incomparably dark, as if there were many black holes hanging in the sky. What a powerful force! Eteonion quickly stopped moving. His arm felt like it was about to be crippled. His heart sank. There was clearly only a difference of 200 billion battle power. But why did it feel like there was a difference of trillions of battle power? His eyes sized up General Long T's body, but he could not see anything. He could only analyze his vast battle power. I don't know how your battle power is getting stronger and stronger, but I have the blessing of the king's blood. How can a mere attack hurt me? General Long T's figure changed and rushed towards Eteonion, not giving Eteonion any chance to catch his breath. King's Blood, Chapter 881. Boom, boom, boom. General Long T rushed over and punched Eteonion. He didn't use his magic wand. He only used his fists. It was not that he was merciful, but after consuming the blood, his body was already comparable to a mid-quality divine artifact. Without using a weapon, just smashing with his fists was faster and more agile than a weapon. Eteonion did not fear and swung his fists. They collided again and again, but he was forced back again and again. The blood vessels on his arms were crushed, and blood kept flowing out. It was a heart-wrenching sight. However, with their violent attacks, the area began to collapse on a large scale, and everything in its path was destroyed. If this continued, it would definitely affect the other empires. Eteonion could only keep bringing him around, so the ground was destroyed again and again. He was about to break through the ground. He was fighting with all his might, and the others were also fighting with all their might. They were fighting bravely and killing the invaders. At the same time, many people were paying attention to the situation here. When they saw Eteonion covered in blood, their hearts tightened. Tianyan, Shuiyin bit her lips. After waving her sword to kill the evil spirit race, she looked at the situation in the distance. They could only see a blurry figure and could not see the battle. Only when they stopped could they see it a little more clearly. They could clearly feel the energy rippling over from the other side. If it continued to come here, they would definitely be dead. Even if it did not come close, the sky had already darkened and the space was starting to collapse. The areas that had not been affected before were starting to collapse. This was the negative effect of space collapsing. It would affect the entire world. As the collapse became more and more serious, the world would become worse and worse, and even the mortal world would disappear. After all, after the space collapsed, the surrounding environment would be sucked into the collapsed space bit by bit. This was not devouring, but repairing the collapsed space. It would be fine if the collapsed space was small, but if it was too large, by the time the collapsed space was repaired, more than half of the mortal world would be gone. Sure, Shuiyun wasn't the only one who was worried about Eteonion. The others were also worried, but they couldn't do anything to help. Don't even mention helping. If they were to get close, they would probably be killed by that energy. However, they were not idle at all. They were constantly dealing with the evil spirit race that was charging down. They mainly killed spirit king stage cultivators. And as for Saint King stage cultivators, they left them to the heavenly clouds empire's guardian deities. Although many of the evil spirit race's cultivators were at the Saint King stage, the spirit arrays they had arranged were not weak, and some of them could even trap a Saint King stage powerhouse. After they were trapped, they could be killed. Everything seemed so perfect, but in reality, from the very beginning, the three realms had been constantly suffering casualties, and the number was still rising. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Even if he could make up for it through other means, it was still difficult to make up for it in terms of cultivation. It wasn't just the mortal realm. The casualties of the other two realms continued to increase. This clearly showed them what a true battle of life and death was. In the next moment, they could be swallowed up or killed with a single slap. The thick stench of blood permeated the entire three realms, and one could practically smell it in every corner. Kill. We have to protect our home. Yes, kill them all. Even if we die, we will drag them down with us. Bastards, you bastards, go to hell. One by one, regardless of their own safety, they rushed forward. They knew that even if they hid, they would still die in the end, so they might as well die a glorious death. However, many of them hid and didn't fight. There were all kinds of people in this war, and all kinds of people were exposed here. There were even people who begged for mercy from the evil spirit race or were willing to become their slaves. However, these evil spirit race didn't listen to them at all. As long as they saw someone who wasn't from the same race, they would kill or devour them. No matter what they said, they didn't care. The order they received was to come down and occupy them, and it had nothing to do with them if they surrendered or begged for mercy. The so-called occupation here didn't mean that they would surrender, but that they would kill or devour all the strong cultivators. As for the weak ones, they could deal with them later. For now, they just needed to kill all the cultivators that were close to them. It was that simple. Some people were cowardly, while others were brave. Fortunately, there were more brave people. They were all afraid of death, but they wouldn't kneel and beg for mercy. In any case, it was useless to kneel and beg for mercy. The result was to fight with their lives on the line. While the three realms were fighting crazily, Tianyun and Long Tay continued to attack crazily, destroying the heavens and earth. For a time, Tianyun and General Long Tay were fighting to a draw. At most, they would lose by a little. However, his body was already covered in wounds, and he looked terrible. However, he still stubbornly held on, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. Why aren't you becoming stronger? Continue to become stronger. Trash. General Long Tay continuously attacked and said mockingly, "Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you getting weaker and weaker now? The three realms are gradually being devoured. You will definitely lose. Don't make such a pointless struggle. Is that so? I don't think so." Tianyun's eyes were filled with determination. He didn't think that they had lost. All sorts of system sounds kept ringing in his ears, which meant that they had been fighting. So many people were fighting. So why wasn't he fighting with his life on the line? Still so stubborn in the face of death. General Long T's attack speed is getting faster and faster, and Tianyun is already on the ground. Tianyun is already on the ground. Tianyun was still fighting back. Their fists collided, and the ground around them was already destroyed. All that was left was an incomparably deep pit. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, but he still stubbornly held on. There was still hope. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 4th level God King. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. This was the hope he had been waiting for. Scram! Tianyun roared, and at the moment when their fists collided, his combat power once again exploded. 4. 1 trillion combat power. 4. 2 trillion combat power. 4. 5 trillion combat power. 4. 98 trillion combat power. After advancing to the next level, his combat power was instantly stacked by 45 times. Even if the breakthrough only increased his combat power by 10 billion, it would increase his combat power by 450 billion. The problem was that the breakthrough did not only increase his combat power by 10 billion, but more than 20 billion combat power. Dong. Chapter 882. A thick beam of light burst out from Tianyun's fist, instantly striking General Long and sending him flying. Countless black crystal fragments scattered on the ground, leaving only a thick beam of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. In just an instant, a shocking reversal had occurred. This was the power of leveling up. His cultivation had broken through just like that. This was all the credit of his allies. They fought bravely, and coupled with the 377 times experience, he successfully broke through to the third stage of the God-King stage. He had been persisting, waiting for this moment. As long as his cultivation increased by a level, he would have absolute hope. Originally, he knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with General Long, so he had prioritized the Saint King stage evil spirit race, who knew that General Long would be so overbearing and quickly intercepted him, making it impossible for him to level up easily. Otherwise, he would have leveled up long ago. Not to mention one level, even 2 levels would be more than enough. With so many Saint King stage evil spirit race experts, killing them all would probably be enough to level up by 3 levels. However, there was no problem now. It was just that he was a little late. He fiercely swung his fist, smashing General Long and causing him to vomit blood. The hard black crystal on his body was also smashed. The black crystal was hard enough, but that was only when the difference in cultivation was not too big. Now that his combat strength was a level higher than General Long's, he could naturally deal with the enemy easily. After the light disappeared, General Long fell heavily from the sky and smashed into the ground. More than half of the black crystal on his body had been smashed. He looked very miserable, and there was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was unharmed. His originally sturdy body quickly shrank and shrunk a lot in an instant, turning into a thin and weak old man, lying on the ground in a shriveled state. Of course, this effect was not because Yi Tianyun's strength had reached such a level, but because after General Long was sent flying, the force that had been supporting him had completely dissipated. Now, the side effects of the eruption had appeared. His body had shrunk, let alone a few years. Even if he was given 1,000 years, he might not be able to return to his previous peak state. His cultivation had fallen sharply. Yi Tianyun's appraisal, I could accurately see the data, which meant that he had directly dropped by a great realm. There were pros and cons to this kind of situation where one had to sacrifice 800 men in order to injure the enemy. It might seem refreshing to explode, but it was still a gamble. Once they lost, they would lose completely. Now, General Lonnie couldn't even walk, let alone escape. His body had shriveled up like an old man, and his sturdy appearance was gone forever. Without 1,000 years of recovery, it would be difficult to recover. And this was under the condition that he had to take all kinds of pills in order to recover in such a short period of time. If it wasn't for such a strong side effect, General Long would have exploded his entire arm long ago instead of exploding it bit by bit. It was the same when cultivators burned their blood essence. If they burned it all at once, even if they didn't die, they would need a long time to recover. At that time, his lifespan would come to an end, and his cultivation would not be able to recover. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath and flew towards General Long. He looked at him coldly and said, "You've lost. How could you still be hiding your strength?" General Long Tay wanted to sit up, but he couldn't. He had expended too much energy and was basically in a state of deficit. How could he move? He was just a piece of trash waiting to be slaughtered. Hiding my strength? No, I'm not hiding my strength. I just broke through. Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. You've lost this battle. Unfortunately, you've failed again. Broke through? General Long T's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even if he had broken through, he was still a God-King stage cultivator. How could he crush him so easily? Immediately after, he revealed a contemptuous smile. So, what if we lost? Once the ancestral land finds out that we've lost, they will send a stronger force to suppress you. Next time, it will be the time of your death. This time, General Long Tay had died. Next time, There was no doubt that they would send a more terrifying force. It was even possible that they would send someone several levels stronger than General Long Tay. Why did you choose to occupy the three realms? The gap between this place and your side is so big. Why do you insist on doing this? Eteonion looked at him coldly. Sending people to attack again and again was something that he couldn't believe. Through this battle, he knew that the gap between the two sides was too great. They weren't even on the same level. The three realms didn't have enough resources to cultivate so many St. King stage powerhouses. Haha, since you want to know, I'll tell you. We just want to take away your core. It's that simple. The core here is quite different. It's obviously a small star field, but it's comparable to the core of a large star field. General Long Tay revealed a longing look as if he was looking at a treasure. Eteonion didn't understand what General Long Tay meant, but he knew that the three realms was a treasure. Moreover, it was a very tempting treasure. In order to obtain this core, you won't hesitate to sacrifice countless lives. Eteonion stared at General Long Tay and said, however, after saying this, he suddenly felt relieved. Many cultivators were like this. In order to obtain a treasure, they would kill the owner or even their entire family. Ha ha ha, are you an idiot? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. You're too weak, and you have such a treasure. If I don't destroy you, who else can I destroy? General Long Tay laughed loudly. There was no despair in his eyes. He knew that even if he died, there would still be people coming to kill them. However, if he died, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Don't worry, you don't need to come personally. I will kill them, Eteonion said coldly. Your strength is not worth mentioning. General Long Tay smiled brightly. He didn't think that Eteonion could flatten their ancestral land. And to me, your ancestral land is also not worth mentioning. I almost forgot to tell you something. It took me 20 years to cultivate to this level. If you give me a few more decades, what level do you think I will reach? Under General Long Tay's shocked gaze, Eteonion grabbed General Long Tay's head and began to search his soul. He wanted to know more about the situation in the ancestral land and the outside world. However, while searching his soul, General Long Tay's body began to become unstable. He felt like he was about to explode. Damn it! Chapter 883. Ding! Successfully killed General Long Tay. Reward: 1. 88 billion EXP, 20 million crazy point, 1 million SBS. Obtained evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, and evil spirit bone. Evil soul divine sword, high-grade divine tool. Evil soul armor, high-grade divine tool. Evil soul boots, high-grade divine tool. 100 times EXP card. Ding! Reward: 100 billion EXP, 5 million crazy point, 5 million proficiency, 2 super enhanced lottery draws. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonion for successfully breaking through to 5th level God King stage. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonion for successfully breaking through to 6th level God King stage. Jumping 2 levels in a row is as easy as drinking water. This was all based on the premise of 377 times experience points. Almost 2 trillion EXP, which is unprecedented. This is the EXP of high cultivation. The higher the level, the more terrifying the EXP. The other data is also terrifying. The higher the level, the more EXP it brings. However, he could only level up 2 levels like this, so he could only be considered average. He needs a lot of EXP to level up, and after 2 consecutive levels, he will need more EXP to level up. I can't let these things go. Eteonion quickly collected the things that General Long Tay dropped after the explosion. There are a lot of good things inside. He just doesn't know if there is any information about the ancestral land inside, or if there is any other information. But after checking, there is basically nothing inside, just a pile of medicinal pills, some materials, and weapons. There is no other information about the ancestral land at all. Of course, this is not necessary. As long as there is a spirit king stage soldier, he can still interrogate them. After killing General Longtae, all the evil spirit race in the 3 realms were dumbfounded. They clearly felt that their general's aura is gone. He was killed just like that. General is dead. The evil spirit race was stunned. Their invincible general died in the hands of the lowly human race. They are stunned, but it doesn't mean that the cultivators are stunned. The cultivators of the Alliance felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. They continued to kill their enemies bravely, becoming even more ferocious than before. We won. This was the biggest thought in his mind. If the strongest one was dead, then the remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Their morale skyrocketed in an instant, and their strength to kill the enemy increased by a few notches. At the same time, the evil spirit race's side did not have enough confidence to resist. Their morale rapidly dropped, and they could not even unleash half of their usual strength. This was the result of the death of their leader. If the general was dead, what else could they do? Tianyan won. Shi Shuiyun's side was equally agitated. All of their faces were pale. They were having a hard time resisting. However, the ground was littered with corpses. Some belonged to their enemies, and some belonged to them. When they saw that Yi Tianyun had won, tears welled up in their eyes. They had finally made it this time. Go all out. Yi Tianyun flew up, and the longevity necklace that he was wearing swiftly began healing his body. At the same time, tens of thousands of holy artifacts floated in the air. Under his control, they pushed towards the mortal world, killing all the evil spirit races under their swords. Experience points were rising rapidly, but the time limit of the experience card was almost up. Yi Tianyan was not stingy. He continued to buy a set of experience cards and continued to slaughter the evil spirit race S. Killing so many St. King stage experts would give him a lot of experience points, so he must not waste them. The next situation was a one-sided slaughter. With Yi Tianyun joining the battle, everything became much easier. The god kings who were fighting with the dragon king and the others outside were easily killed. It was no different from mowing grass. However, the mysterious old man from the ghost world was seriously injured and dying. When he learned that he had won the battle, he died with a smile on his face. His mission has been completed, so he died without regrets. Soon, all the evil spirit races in the 3 realms were killed by Yi Tianyun. After killing the last evil spirit race, a sweet voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 8th level of God King stage. Yi Tianyun broke through to the 8th level of God King stage. After killing all the evil spirit races at the Saint King stage and Spirit King stage, he jumped 2 levels. This was the effect of high experience points. There were more than 400 Saint King stage cultivators, and after killing all of them, he would get trillions of experience points, including the Spirit King stage experts and the God King stage expert. It was only enough for him to break through to the 3rd level. It can only be said that the amount of experience points needed to level up is too much. It's finally over after Yi Tianyun killed the last evil spirit race. Everything was over, and he finally succeeded. After successfully resisting the evil spirit race, he won the battle. One by one, the cultivators hugged each other and cried. They cried tears of joy, but most of them were sad. Because too many people died this time, everyone was sad. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyun's preparation in advance, I'm afraid more people would have died. In theory, the number of deaths this time was quite considerable. It wasn't particularly high. It's not a waste to prepare so much in advance. It's just that the enemies were too strong. Even if they were prepared, it was inevitable that some people died. No matter what, it's all over. Eteonyun returned to the mortal world. The mortal world also suffered heavy casualties. Many familiar faces had disappeared, but most of them were still there. After all, in the mortal world, Eteonyun was a little selfish. Compared to the other two realms, the mortal world is much stronger. However, it was inevitable that some cultivators died, but everything was within the acceptable range. We succeeded. Eteonyun walked over. When they saw him, they all stood up excitedly and wanted to welcome their king back. You don't need to move. Continue to heal. Eteonyun walked to Shurshuyun and hugged her. He buried his head in her neck and said solemnly, "We won, we won." Shurshuyun hugged him tightly. Tears blurred her vision. Her white dress, she doesn't know how much blood is stained. She can't tell which is her own and which is others. Today was the day the war would end. After the end, the three realms entered a state of rest, and soon all the forces in the three realms thought that Eteonyun is the guardian of the three realms, and that he is qualified to rule the three realms. One by one, they were willing to obey his orders. If it weren't for Eteonyun running around, they would have definitely suffered more casualties. Therefore, they were absolutely convinced, and no one dared to disobey. Ding! Successfully completed the three realms' ultimate quest. Resist the invaders, destroy them, and complete the true unification of the three realms. Rewards: 200 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 10 million SBS, 10 million mastery points. And the three titles merged into a new title god of the three realms. Under the consensus, Eteonyun became the true ruler of the three realms. At the same time, he completed the ultimate quest and received a lot of rewards. God of the three realms. Stay anywhere in the three realms. Damage increased by 20 times. Commander points increased by 200,000. Defense increased by 20 times. Healing speed increased by 20 times. Speed increased by 20 times. Chapter 884. God of the Three Realms. Eteonyun looked at this title and sighed in his heart. If he had obtained this title before, it would have definitely been heaven-defying. What General Lani could easily be blasted apart by him with a single punch. It didn't even take much effort. After this great battle, the three realms regained its peace and continued to live and cultivate as before. However, everyone remembered this battle. It was a dark moment, and almost everyone participated in it. Those with low cultivation bases served as logistics, constantly helping to heal their injuries. Thus, during that period of time, no one was idle. However, after Eteonyun won, everything was resolved in a short period of time. If it was a normal battle, it would take at least a few days and nights, or even a few weeks. However, under Eteonyun's 10,000 swords, everything was so simple. He easily harvested all the evil spirit race and completed the support of the three realms. If not for him, the losses of the three realms would have definitely spread to the maximum. Among them, the heaven realm suffered the greatest losses. Those divine nations that chose not to join the alliance were basically flattened. Those who stayed behind hated the king to the extreme. Even if they were already dead, they still wanted to step on their corpses. After all, there were losses on the alliance's side, but it was definitely not to such a degree. Most of them survived. Those who did not join the alliance did not survive. This was the difference between them. After this matter, Eteonyun's reputation reached its peak. He could definitely be called the god of the three realms. At the same time, in a huge star field in the vast outer region, there were countless evil spirit races. They were all distributed among the various planets here. On one of the largest planets, there were many evil spirit races in the hall. Among them, The evil spirit race, as who were sitting on the throne in the center of the hall, casually leaned back in their seats. Their eyes were very calm, and their expressions did not reveal any dignity. However, the people below were trembling, afraid of angering the king in front of them. Big king, there's news that the attack on that small star field has failed. One of the experts stepped forward and reported. The king, who was sitting on the throne, looked at him and said indifferently, "Didn't I ask you to do this matter? It seems to have been a long time. I almost forgot." Yes. We've attacked 3 times in total, but we've already failed. We guessed that this small star area belonged to some big force. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so hard to capture it. We will quickly make arrangements and continue to send more experts over to seize that star field. We will definitely win this time. It was our negligence that caused us to waste so much time. The minister knelt down and hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. Although the king in front of him didn't show the slightest bit of anger, his back was already dripping with cold sweat and his whole body was trembling. The calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. It was even possible that it would slap him. "Didn't you investigate properly before?" The king said indifferently, "Yes, we've investigated and found that they don't belong to any faction. Perhaps it was only recently subdued, which is why we don't know." The minister hurriedly said, "But we will continue to investigate. We will send people to eradicate them after we investigate thoroughly." "Well, I'll give you one last chance. If you can't do it, you know the result." The high and mighty king looked down calmly. Yes. This time, we will definitely do it well. There will be no mistakes." The minister hurriedly said. After saying that, he immediately got up and went to do it. There must be no mistakes in this matter. If there was a mistake, the result would be a dead end. This was already his 4th chance. If he still failed, then he would really lose his head. After the minister left, they continued to discuss the next thing. After the discussion here was over, Eteonyun began to hold the grandest wedding. The place where the wedding was held was the heavenly clouds, imperial capital of the mortal world. All the powerhouses of the 3 realms came to congratulate. Each powerhouse offered their treasures. This was the wedding of the god of the 3 realms. How could they be stingy? Since the restrictions were lifted, the 3 realms could now be freely traveled. With Eteonyun's current strength, it was not difficult to remove the restrictions at all. The previous restrictions were all removed, and the passage was freely accessible. Eteonyun did this to make it easier for everyone to act and support each other. Anyway, the 3 realms had been unified. So many things were easy to arrange. There was no need to worry about the mortal world becoming a battlefield. With him in charge, who would dare to act recklessly? On this day, the Heavenly Clouds Empire celebrated. The Heavenly Clouds imperial capital was extremely beautifully decorated. Many phoenixes and dragons descended one after another, creating the auspicious effect of dragons and phoenixes. When the newlyweds set foot on the specially built altar, everyone was excited. One was the emperor, the other was the empress. Eteonyun was the emperor, and Shuiyun was the empress. Many women below were envious. They all wanted to be the empress, but they were not qualified. EUA and the others were the same. They all wanted to marry Eteonyun, but they all knew that Eteonyun only loved Shuiyun. No one could enter his heart. They could only be regarded as confidants, not wives. Although it was a pity, they did not regret it. They were willing to serve Eteonyun for the rest of their lives. On the altar, Eteonyun held Shuiyun's little hand and said with a faint smile, "I said that the 3 realms would be your dowry. Did you do it now?" Shuiyun held his warm big hand tightly and gently leaned into his arms. Looking at the many powerhouses below the altar, she smiled slightly and said, "It's good to live a peaceful life. There's no need to be so grand. I understand, but sometimes you should have your own part of things." Tianyan looked up at the sky and gently waved his hand. Immediately, colorful clouds appeared in the sky, fluttering in the sky. Immediately, 5 colorful lights shrouded them and shone on them. Under this situation, everyone suddenly rejoiced. This meant that the ceremony had officially begun. Immediately, he held Shi Shuiyun's little hand and said with a faint smile, "Shuiyun, are you willing to marry me?" "I am willing." Shi Shuiyun nodded. Her eyes were already wet with tears. These were tears of happiness. "Then I, Tianyun, hereby announce that Shi Shuiyun and I are husband and wife." He didn't say anything too fancy, nor did he exaggerate too much. He just announced it simply like that. Shi Shuiyun's tears immediately gushed out. There was no confession more moving than this. Under the witness of everyone in the 3 realms, they became husband and wife, and received the blessings of everyone in the 3 realms. Apart from them, no one else could have such an honor. Chapter 885. The grand wedding ended just like that. The entire 3 realms rejoiced, and only stopped after 3 days and 3 nights. To cultivators, 3 days and 3 nights was not much time at all. However, it was enough for them to enjoy themselves to witness the union of a perfect couple. Especially when they saw the woman chosen by the god of the 3 realms, they knew exactly who it was. After it ended, Tianyan continued to make arrangements. He set up all sorts of formations and strengthened most of them. As for other things, there was no need for him to arrange them. It was enough for Shi Shuiyun and the others to stay here. In the starry sky outside the 3 realms, Tianyan had also set up quite a few large formations. Generally speaking, they were all illusion formations and reminder formations. However, he didn't know if it would be of any use. After all, he planned to leave this place and take a look at the outside world. After this great battle, he felt that he still had many shortcomings. The outside world was simply too vast and powerful. He knew that the evil spirit race's overall strength was very strong. He captured one of the evil spirit races, and after charming him, he managed to get a lot of information out of him. As his authority wasn't high enough, he didn't know much information. However, he already had a rough idea of what was going on. The final result was that the evil spirit race was very strong, unbelievably strong. How strong could it be? The one that was sent this time could only be considered a captain. He was called a general, but in reality, according to the division here, he was about the same as a deacon. A deacon, an ordinary deacon. A deacon was already so powerful. If they sent someone even stronger, they would definitely die. The next time they attacked, they would definitely be well prepared. If his cultivation was insufficient, the only result would be death. It would be difficult to continue leveling up here. Even if all the resources in the 3 realms were to be thrown at him, it would be useless. He needed too much experience right now. To be cruel, even if all the cultivators in the 3 realms were to be slaughtered by him, he probably wouldn't be able to level up by 1 or 2 levels. He needed too much experience right now, and it was even more impossible for him to kill the cultivators of the 3 realms. Thus, he had to leave this place and go to a wider world. If he could get to know more experts outside, it would be of great help to him, and it would be even more possible for him to deal with the evil spirit race together. It's about time. After arranging these formations, Tianyan returned to the mortal world and held a meeting, summoned all the rulers of the 3 realms for a meeting. After the announcement was made, they quickly rushed over, not knowing what to announce. After everyone had arrived, Tianyan sat on top and swept his gaze across everyone before saying, "I'm preparing to leave the 3 realms and head to the outside world." "What? Everyone was shocked. Only Shi Shuiyun, who was at the side, remained calm, as if she had already expected this. Yi Tianyun never told anyone about this, including his wife, Shi Shuiyun. He didn't say a word about it. Leader, you can't leave. If you leave, what will happen to us? That's right. Isn't this a group of dragons? Without a leader, you're our leader. None of them were willing to let Yi Tianyun leave. Yi Tianyun was their guardian. Without him, what would they do if the evil spirit race attacked in the future? I think what you're more worried about is that I'll be like the 3 divine kings from before and never return. Yi Tianyun said what they were truly worried about. They were all kings, and no one was better at managing a country than them. They were only worried that Yi Tianyun would never return. How could they not be worried without a powerful god king guarding them? The 3 divine kings had left without returning, which was already enough to make people despair. If not for Yi Tianyun's appearance, the 3 realms would have been finished long ago. They could imagine that the evil spirit race would make a comeback. At that time, without Yi Tianyun, how could they withstand it? Now that he had exposed their thoughts with a single sentence, many of the country leaders had awkward expressions on their faces. That was indeed what they were thinking. Don't worry, they won't be coming so quickly for the time being. It's not advisable to just rely on me alone. All of you have to work hard and make yourself stronger. Only then can the 3 realms be stabilized. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said in a deep voice, "But you don't have to worry. If there's danger here, I'll rush back quickly." Everyone was just listening. Who knew how long it would take to rush back? Others might not be able to rush back quickly, but Yi Tianyun could. He had a heaven-defying treasure, teleportation god's stone. As long as he used this thing anywhere, he would be able to teleport back immediately. This was why he was not worried. No matter where he went or if he was trapped, he could teleport back with a teleportation god's stone. Of course, he could not say for sure if it would ignore all the laws. Perhaps the area outside could prevent him from teleporting back. Everyone fell silent. However, they could tell that Yi Tianyun had already made up his mind. There was no way to change it. I'll leave the matters of the 3 realms to you. I believe that you'll definitely protect the 3 realms well. It won't be invaded by external enemies. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said. Then he explained the general situation. Basically, the meeting was dismissed. The reason why Yi Tianyun asked them to come was to explain the situation. In addition, he announced that Shi Shuiyun would be the manager of the mortal realm. Everything would be based on her words. After everyone left, only Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun were left in the hall. The rest of them tactfully left. They all knew that the one who was truly sad was Shi Shuiyun. Not long after they got married, Yi Tianyun was about to leave. How could she not be sad? Yi Tianyun reached out and pulled her to sit down. They did not speak. They just quietly hugged each other. After a while, Shi Shuiyun said, "I'll wait for you to come back." "Silly girl, I'll come back at any time." Yi Tianyun reached out and pinched her nose. He smiled and said, "When you miss me, I'll appear in front of you. Don't tease me. You must pay attention to keeping a low profile outside. Although I don't know the situation outside, I know it's very dangerous. Tianyun, you must be safe. Not only for me, but also for our child." She gently stroked her belly. They already had a child. It was not difficult to get pregnant, especially since both of them were quite talented. The probability of them getting pregnant was very high. Yi Tianyun reached out and stroked her belly. He smiled gently and said, "I know they did not talk too much." After staying here for a while, Yi Tianyun left this star field. Before leaving, only Shi Shuiyun saw him off. Yi Tianyun did not want too many people to see him off. It was too troublesome. You must come back. Chapter 886. After leaving the planet, Eteonyon entered the spirit ship floating outside. The inside was empty. The corpses had already been cleaned up. Not only were the corpses cleaned up, but he also repaired the spirit ship. This repair was limited to the surface. After all, his ability was not enough to repair the entire ship. He could only repair a small part. But this was enough. He didn't need to completely repair it, as long as it could operate. Originally, the spirit ship could operate, but since the operator died, the others couldn't. Naturally, they could only choose to come out of the spirit ship and rush to the three realms. This spirit ship is really powerful, whether it is the materials or the ability to build it. It is far beyond my imagination. Eteonyon came to the control room. The control room was very simple. It was a very simple transmission array. There were 5 small array eyes, which meant that 5 people could operate it. In addition, there was a huge array outside, obviously used to inject energy into the array to drive the spirit ship. Before, the group of St. King stage powerhouses had transferred energy here, which was why they were the last to come out. Of course, it didn't need so many St. King stage powerhouses to operate it at the same time. If they did, the consumption would be too great. Immediately, he stood in the control array and began to explore for a while. After a while, he finally found a way to operate it. So it's like this. Even if one person drives it, there is no problem, but the consumption is a bit more amazing. He immediately began to control the spirit ship, transferring energy into the control array. The entire spirit ship issued a hum sound, and the whole thing released a dazzling light. After filling up the array, Eteonyon controlled the spirit ship to fly forward. Hum. The spirit ship issued a sound, and then with a shio sound, it rushed forward at an extreme speed, penetrating the rubble, smashing it into powder, and continuing to rush out. This situation scared him. No wonder it needed 5 people to control it. It turned out that this thing was not easy to control. It required precise control to be able to activate it smoothly. If it was just one person, it would require very strong control to be able to control it. Now that he couldn't control the speed, it rapidly rushed forward, rushing out of the 3 realms star field in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the area. After he left, the surrounding rubble filled up the gap. At that moment, Eteonyon took one last look behind him. What he saw was countless rubble that surrounded the 3 realms. From the outside, it looked like a pile of rocks, and one couldn't even see the interior of the 3 realms. It was clear that the 3 realms was very safe, but the problem was that their location was already known. No matter how they tried to hide it, it was useless. If he wanted this place to never be discovered by other forces, there was only one solution, and that was to exterminate the evil spirit race. I'll be back soon. Eteonyon turned his head back and was instantly scared out of his wits. In front of him was a huge rock. He quickly steered the spirit ship to the side. With a loud bang, the giant spirit ship began to shake. Just like that, a large chunk of the huge rock was smashed away. If the spirit ship were to collide with this thing, it would definitely be fine. But if it were to collide with this thing, Eteonyon would probably be thrown out. Fortunately, he was able to avoid this huge rock in a hurry. Phew, it's really difficult to control this thing. Eteonyon wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Not only was it difficult, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual power. In just a short time, he had used up almost half of his spiritual power. No wonder so many St. King stage powerhouses were sucked dry. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't be long before he was completely sucked dry. However, he felt that it was still very cost-effective. The speed was too fast, dozens of times faster than his flying speed. If he flew outside with his body, the degree of danger would be even greater. But inside this spirit ship, Not only was it fast, but it was also very safe, with a lot of control. Yang Kai felt that he was more proficient in controlling the spirit ship. He had to admit that it required a lot of spiritual power. In this aspect, it required a lot of spiritual power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control this thing. No wonder after being sucked dry several times in a row, even after the operator was killed, no one was able to control this spirit ship. It was really difficult to learn in a short time. If he wasn't careful and fell into the black vortex, he would be dead for sure. After becoming proficient, he was finally able to observe the situation around him. There was basically no life around him. From a distance, he could see many planets floating in the air. Some looked bare, while others were covered with plants. These planets looked very ordinary, and there were no cultivators living in them. They were basically just rocks. However, even if there were cultivators living here, General Long Tay, and the others weren't interested. The reason they came here was to seize the core, by capturing some evil spirit race people and interrogating them. He roughly learned a few more important things. First of all, this place was very far away. Even if the spirit ship flew crazily here without stopping, it would still take more than 10 years. The premise was that they couldn't stop flying for even a moment. Sometimes they would need to rest, so it would take about 15 years to reach this place. For those at the St. King stage, 15 years was really not a big deal, so the cultivation meeting was over. Moreover, the evil spirit race was really powerful. He wouldn't go straight to the evil spirit race's ancestral land. That would be no different from throwing his life away. Even if he had the evil spirit race puppets, he wouldn't dare to do that. If he was seen through one day, he could escape, but that was not the result he wanted. In any case, he just needed to quickly increase his cultivation. And then when they came to invade, he would come back to suppress them and earn a wave of experience. It was that simple. Since he didn't know who they would send, the best thing he could do was to quickly increase his cultivation. After stabilizing the spirit ship, Itianyan took out the god's star plate. This was a rare item he obtained from killing demon god Soth. At that time, he played with it and found that it was actually a starry sky map. General Long Tay also had a star plate, but it wasn't as comprehensive as this one. They weren't on the same level at all. After opening it, a huge Star River map appeared in front of him. The three realms were in an extremely small corner. This was a known corner. As for the evil spirit race's ancestral land, it was in another corner. This star plate was divided into many areas, and these areas were collectively known as the Divine Domain. The Divine Domain was divided into large and small areas. The closer one was to the center, the higher the level. Chapter 887. Itianyan controlled the spirit ship to fly forward quickly. He didn't stop along the way. If he didn't have enough spiritual power, he would take some medicinal pellets. He wanted to reach the Divine Domain as fast as possible. He couldn't afford to waste any time. He had plenty of time, but it could also be said that he didn't have enough time. I'm almost there. Flying at high speed, he spent an entire month's time, and he was finally about to enter the divine territory. It was thanks to the spirit ship's speed that he could fly so fast. If he didn't have the spirit ship, he wouldn't even be able to reach 1/10 of the spirit ship's speed unless his Phoenix bloodline was upgraded to the highest level. If he flew at his fastest speed, it would take him at least a year to reach the Divine Domain. If he was a Spirit King stage cultivator, he would most likely die outside. There were many planets along the way, but the spiritual power of those planets was thin. Even if they could accommodate people, it would take more than 100 years to reach the Divine Domain. And this was under the premise that there was no danger to reach the Divine Domain. How much willpower would it take to fly alone outside for 100 years? That person would probably become stupid from flying alone for 100 years. Itianyan looked at the map on the astrolabe. There were many light spots on it, and he was flying towards the nearest place. According to the astrolabe, there was a city nearby, and it was a very big city. It could be regarded as the entrance to the divine domain. Outside the divine domain, there were also countless areas, but they weren't turned into the divine domain. Instead, they were collectively known as Fanyu. When he was about to reach the divine domain, he quickly flew out of the spirit ship and touched it with his hand. Store it. Immediately, the spirit ship was stored in the inventory. It only occupied one of the inventory. It can be said that it didn't take up any space. If he wanted to store the spirit ship, unless he had a storage ring with an amazing capacity, it really couldn't be stored. This spirit ship couldn't be changed in size, and just storing it would take up a lot of space. Of course, General Long T's storage ring could accommodate this spirit ship. But what place could be safer than his own inventory? After flying out, he continued to fly forward. As he got closer and closer, he gradually began to see cultivators flying in front of him. These cultivators were not limited to the human race. There were many other strange races, such as the rock tribe. Their bodies were made of rocks, and they looked very strange. There were all sorts of strange races, but the human race was still the most numerous, mainly because of their reproductive ability. It had to be said that the human race was definitely a top-notch existence. There's even a god king. Not long after he approached, he saw a god king expert, but he wasn't from the human race, he was from another race. As for the other races, even the weakest among them was at Spirit King stage. There were also other small spirit ships carrying people to the front. It could be said that people from all over the world of Fan, you were constantly flying toward the divine realm. I wonder where the heaven-creating divine king and the others are now. Eteonyon furrowed his brows. He didn't know what situation the three god kings were in. They hadn't returned for so long. It was very likely that they were trapped or busy with something and temporarily couldn't get away. After all, if they were to fly to the three realms from here, it would take them at most a few years to return. They either fell in love with the divine realm and didn't want to go back, or they were trapped. Eteonyon believed that the latter was more likely. It was unlikely that they would abandon the three realms. Judging from their serious attitude towards protecting the three realms, he believed that they would never abandon the three realms. There are so many cultivators, and their cultivation is not low. Sure enough, the three realms is a small world, and the outside world is the real big world. Eteonyon looked at the situation in front of him with excitement. Just when he was about to enter the divine realm, a cultivator suddenly flew over from the side. "Hey, brother, are you going to the divine realm?" The cultivation of the young man who flew over was not low. He was at the second level of the divine king stage, which was really a common cultivation. If he came to the three realms with this cultivation, wouldn't he be a king? I think there's no other way except to go to the divine realm, right? Eteonyon said with a faint smile. Without a doubt, this guy flew over alone. Naturally, he had to find someone to go with him. It was undoubtedly a better choice to go with him. I am Lei Zhengyu. Can I go to the divine realm with you? Lei Zhengyu said, awkwardly. I flew for a long time to come to this area. I have to say that the divine realm is really too far, and I almost got lost outside. All right, let's go together. I also flew for a long time to get here. Eteonyon smiled. This Lei Zhengyu was quite friendly and didn't have any arrogance. Immediately, Eteonyon also introduced himself, and the two started to get familiar with each other. As they flew, they chatted with each other. Eteonyon learned that the area where Lei Zhengyu was located was also a poor and remote place. His cultivation was the highest, so he felt that it would be difficult for him to break through again. So he flew to the divine realm. The difference was that the area where Lei Zhengyu was located was not that far away, and he was very clear about the divine realm. After reaching the God King stage or the Saint King stage, he could leave and choose to go to the divine realm. Although Lei Zhengyu was the leader, he didn't have any arrogance. Instead, he looked very friendly. This wasn't an act. Obviously, even as the leader, he was very friendly. We're here. We're here. The divine realm should be in front of us. It looks so spectacular. Lei Zhengyu was excited. There was a huge passage in front of them, and there were many spirit ships and cultivators flying inside. From here, they would officially enter the divine realm. It wasn't that there were no entrances in other places, but this was one of the entrances. Because it was the closest, Yi Tianyun would definitely enter from here. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered, and he wondered what the scene in the divine realm would be like. Immediately, the two of them flew forward quickly. When they entered the passage, the power around them began to change. Vaguely, Yi Tianyun felt that it wasn't spiritual force, but another kind of energy. However, the appraisal eye couldn't see it, so he didn't know what kind of energy it was. After they passed through the passage, they didn't enter another star field, but a hall. He didn't expect that they would be teleported to a hall and not to the outside star field. As soon as they entered, they saw many guards standing on the side, looking at them coldly. Everyone stand here. If you resist, you will be killed. These guards were all God King stage cultivators, and none of them were not God King stage cultivators. All guards. Yi Tianyun was shocked. Wasn't this treatment a bit too terrifying? Chapter 888. Outside, Yang Kai had worked hard to cultivate to the God King stage or Saint King stage, but here he was at best a guard, not a leader, but a very ordinary guard. This really made Yi Tianyun feel like he fell from the peak to the starting point. However, the lowest cultivation level of the cultivators who came here was the Spirit King stage, and those with lower cultivation level couldn't come here easily. Those who were only at the Spirit King stage had to ride a spirit ship to get here. If they only relied on their physical strength, it would be difficult for them to get here. Star Lord stage. Stand here. Those who are below Star Lord stage, stand over there. At this time, a stronger cultivator stood in this direction and signaled them to stand in line. This person's cultivation level is even more overbearing, and it gives Yi Tianyun a feeling that he is at the same level as General Long Tae. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for entering the New World God Realm. Successfully deducted 50 million crazy points, carrying out comprehensive data upgrade. What? Yi Tianyun was shocked. He didn't know what happened, but 50 million crazy points were deducted. He wanted to use it to upgrade crazy mode, but it was deducted just like that. Ding, ding, ding. System upgrade successfully. Cultivation level has been changed to conform to the rules of God Realm. All major systems and combat power system have been changed, and the data of appraisal eye has been upgraded. Ding, ding, ding. Changes successfully. Soon after, a wave of information continuously surged into his mind, starting to change various major data. After he understood this, his heart trembled. First was the change in cultivation. Cultivation was no longer at the God King stage. God King stage was a term only used in the mortal realm. It was completely different in this place. Generally speaking, it is Star Lord, 9 refinements, Earth Lord, Lord of Heaven, Divine Monarch, Heavenly Lord, God Emperor. Every level was still divided into 10 levels. This had not changed. The main point is that the title of the creator has also changed. It is no longer the top-level title, but directly changed to Divine Craftsman, Divine Alchemist, and Divine Carving Master. The 3 levels correspond to the level of the creator, and at the same time, it is divided into 9 levels. To put it bluntly, the creator was only at the rank 1 realm. There were even higher realms beyond that. All aspects of data began to be updated. Now, when he looked at the guards, whether it was their cultivation, the way they addressed them, or their battle prowess, they had all changed greatly. Gu Yanlong, second refinement Earth Monarch, wearing low-grade divine equipment, martial art, dragon revolving spell, rebirth level, overall combat power, 20,000 star power. Lei Zhengyu, grade 3 star monarch, wears a low-grade divine artifact, knows martial arts. Overall combat power is 1,300 points. With a glance, the data was refreshed. This so-called star lord was actually a God King stage cultivator. How could it be called the God King stage here? It could only be considered as a relatively normal cultivation, an entry-level cultivation. As for combat power, it was directly replaced with star power. 1 point of star power was equivalent to 100 million. This star power naturally referred to the star power of the god's domain. Not only had his cultivation improved, but even his martial arts and weapon grade had changed greatly. From the initial heaven level martial arts to the reincarnation level, this was an even stronger level of martial arts. If he continued to go up, there would naturally be more, but the data was too huge. It was really difficult to react for a while. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for getting God's Domain entry gift pack. After deducting 50 million crazy points, other than the updated data, there was no other change. He felt a little pain just now, but now he got an extra God's Domain entry gift pack. It seems to be not bad. Immediately, he opened the gift pack without hesitation, and a pleasant voice sounded. Successfully opened the God's Domain entry gift pack. Received primary God's Domain lottery roulette, an extra lottery ticket, 200 times EXP card, 50 times Crazy Point card, 50 times Mastery card, 50 times Sin Value card, and also received 9th Refinement Earth Monarch gift pack. Must be 9th Refinement Earth Monarch to open. Good stuff. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. These things are definitely worth up to 50 million crazy points. Although other things did not upgrade, such as Crazy Mode did not upgrade, and Appraisal I did not upgrade, but all aspects of the data have been upgraded. Even if it didn't upgrade, he can use the Appraisal I. After all, the level of the Appraisal I did not upgrade, but the data has been upgraded, which means that the level of the Appraisal I is enough. It's just that the data is insufficient. Even if the level is enough, it doesn't mean anything. No matter what, at least he won't be blinded by it. Of course, he can still investigate the information around him. He can still understand the situation of the god's domain, but it is definitely not as convenient and fast as the Appraisal I. Brother E, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and line up. Lei Zhengyu, next to him, patted him on the shoulder and signaled him to hurry up and line up. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed Lei Zhengyu to the front and stood on the side with the others. At this time, he found that there are still a lot of people around. There are people from all major races. Only the 2 of them are human cultivators. This is a bit embarrassing. The number of human cultivators is relatively large, but because of the bloodline, their cultivation is not as good as others. But they are all God King stage, to be exact. They are all star monarchs, and there are more than 30 of them. Here, they are like cabbages. He is the only star monarch in the 3 realms. Although they looked like cabbages, it was unknown how many experts from different forces had gathered here. From the astrolabe map, Fan Yu is very vast, even larger than the entire god's domain, so the result can be imagined. Every force has 1 star monarch, but there are hundreds or even thousands of them. They are not cabbages, but they are not cabbages. After all, there are only hundreds of star monarchs in so many forces. They are not cabbages, but they can be seen everywhere here. It really feels like they are just getting started. After waiting in line, not long after, Gu Yanlong, who is the leader, walked back and forth in front of them and said coldly, "The God's domain you are in now is called the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm. Now you have the chance to choose whether to join the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm or not. If you join the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm, you will have to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm. No matter where you come from, what you have done in the past, what your status is, or how many people respect you, here, you will absolutely obey our instructions. If you do not obey our instructions, the result will be death." Gu Yanlong's aura pressed over, making them feel a little weak in their legs. The difference in cultivation is too big. Just the aura alone can crush them to death. Everyone's heart trembled, and many people's arrogance was restrained. They are indeed used to being the leaders in the other world, and they are not very willing to obey orders here. Now that the aura is pressed, they immediately know what it means to say that there is always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there is always someone better. Ding! God's domain mission mode started. Accepted the main mission breakthrough to the 9th refining Earth Lord. Completed the reward. 500 million crazy points, 500 million SBS, 500 million mastery. Chapter 889. What's going on? You want me to break through to the 9th refinement earthly monarch realm? Tianyan was dumbfounded when he saw the first mission. His current cultivation level was not low, as he had reached the 8th level of the Divine King stage. In this case, he was ready to reach the level of the Earth Lord, but he still felt that the mission came a little too early. This was the main mission that allowed him to break through. As for the mission to destroy the ancestral land of the evil spirit clan, it was not activated at all. Obviously, his cultivation level was not enough, so he would not be able to kill his way there. Unless he reached the area of the ancestral land now, the mission might be activated in advance. While he was surprised, the situation around him changed a little. All the cultivators were shocked. They were all very arrogant, and they could be called kings in their previous areas. They thought the same when they came here, and they felt that they could definitely be kings. In the world of Fanyu, they could be kings, so it was not a problem here. Although they seemed to be more honest, they were not convinced. Wasn't it just a guard? After they got the resources here, they would be able to climb up quickly. At that time, they would be able to trample everyone under their feet and climb to a higher peak. This was what most people thought. Gu Yanlong seemed to know what they were thinking. After glancing at them, he said coldly, "I know that you must be very unconvinced, but there are many geniuses in Fanyu who came here, and in the end, there are only a few who can persist in the end. Let me tell you, the cultivation level that you have broken through to this place is indeed amazing, but to be honest, it is just the beginning. The cultivation in the past was just a game, and it was not interesting at all. From now on, you need to use your life to break through. Of course, what you think is your own business. Now, I want you to be absolutely obedient. If any of you is much stronger than me, I will obediently bow to you. Whether it is in your world or in the divine realm, strength is respected. The stronger the person, the more right to speak. I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to work for the heavenly mandate divine realm and never betray it?" They looked at each other, and one of the Star Lords looked at him and said, "What if we want to join other divine realms?" There wasn't just one divine domain, but many of them. God's domain was equivalent to a country. However, this God's domain was simply too vast. Its range was equivalent to hundreds of the 3 realms. There were also countless planets in God's domain. It could be said that the divine realm's resources were hundreds or even thousands of times more than the 3 realms. The difference between the two was inconceivable. The further away the God domain was, the lower the grade of the God domain. For example, the heavenly mandate divine realm was actually equivalent to a first-grade divine realm, which was the lowest level. It was a very simple and crude naming method. The god domain was divided into 5 grades. The outermost was the first grade god domain, while the innermost was the second grade god domain. After this star monarch raised the question, the others looked over and were shocked. They had already joined in, and yet he had already said such a thing. Wasn't he courting death? Of course. If you wish to join a god's domain of the same level, you must have the corresponding contribution points. Once you have accumulated enough contribution points, you can leave. If you wish to join a higher grade god's domain, we welcome you with open arms. You don't need any contribution points. Instead, we will reward you. Gu Yanlong looked at them coldly and said, I know you are biting off more than you can chew, but let me make it clear here. Wait until you break through to a higher level of earthly monarch, without earthly monarchs of 5th refinement, and above, the higher grade god's domain won't even bother to recruit you. They looked at each other and felt that this was unbelievable. They didn't expect there to be such rules. By the way, I'm telling you so much because I value talent. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. I've been there before. Gu Yanlong was expressionless, but there was some warmth in his words. After all, the real overbearing superiors couldn't be bothered to say more. I'm willing to serve the heavenly mandate divine realm. I'm willing too. They all chose to join. If they wanted to join a force, they had to be loyal to that force. Whether it was Fan Yu's force or the god's domain, the rules were about the same. If they recruited an ingrate, no one would be happy to do so. Tianyan also chose to join the heavenly mandate divine realm. He believed that the other gods' domains were about the same. It was like recruiting a new disciple. There would be stricter rules in all aspects. I almost forgot to tell you, if you want to join the heavenly mandate divine realm, you can't join if you don't have enough standards. At most, you can be an outer sect disciple like the others. You can serve the heavenly mandate divine realm as an outer sect disciple first. You can only join officially when you have enough qualifications. Gu Yanlong said, when the time comes, let me see if you can really keep your arrogance down. They all nodded. This was for sure. If they didn't go through the test, the heavenly mandate divine realm would definitely not let them join. Gu Yanlong didn't continue speaking. He led them forward as if he was going to take them to the test venue. When they followed, they had only taken a few steps when Lei Zhengyu was violently pushed away. Human brat, stand back. The one who pushed Lei Zhengyu away was a cultivator from the tree clan. His entire body was covered in tree roots, and a strong vitality surrounded his body. That's right. Human cultivators, stand behind us and line up obediently. I didn't expect that a lowly race like the humans could cultivate to such a level. I don't know what kind of luck they have. All of them looked at them with unfriendly gazes. They looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. What did you say? Lei Zhengyu's anger immediately surged up. His body released crackling sounds of lightning. What, you want to fight? They didn't care at all. Tianyan reached out and patted Lei Zhengyu's shoulder. He smiled faintly and said, Don't be angry. Calm down. Oh, this human is more sensible. He needs to know his place. Do you understand? The cultivator from the tree clan looked at him with contempt. What place? It's just servility. The humans just need to step on them a little, and they will immediately compromise. Another person from the tree clan sneered. Brother, we can't let them look down on us. Lei Zhengyu looked very peaceful, but when faced with this kind of situation, he would never give in. You misunderstood me. Why bother arguing with trash like them? Trash is trash. Get out of my way, you who cut in line. Tianyan didn't expect that Tianyan would attack him, and he didn't even have time to react. Bang! Tianyun kicked the tree race treant, and the tree race treant was sent flying. He hit the wall on the side, and several of his branches were broken. Then he looked at the stunned Lei Zhengyu and laughed. Sometimes don't talk nonsense with them. Just do it and slap their cheap mouths. Chapter 890. Tianyun kicked them without hesitation. No matter where they were, as long as they looked down on them, they would fight back immediately. If they chose to swallow their anger, they would not be able to raise their heads here. After all, humans were the minority here, not the majority. Lei Zhengyu was dumbfounded. He thought that Tianyun wanted to compromise, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Tianyun attacked without any warning. "Bastard, you trash human, I will kill you." The Tree Clan member roared and rushed over, wanting to fight with Tianyun. Being kicked out by a human in front of so many people, one could imagine the humiliation in his heart. How could he not want revenge? Enough! Gu Yanlong stepped forwards, causing a terrifying shockwave to descend, forcing the treant to stop. The other treants who wanted to attack were also forced to stand where they were, not daring to move at all. Gu Yanlong walked over step by step, looked at them coldly, and said, quite energetic, "If you want to fight, wait until the assessment is over. I will not object to it. Now line up obediently, and don't make trouble. Understand?" Understood. One by one, the tree race nodded, but their eyes were filled with anger as they stared at Tianyun with a look of determination. Tianyun didn't bother to pay attention to them. He just walked along with Lei Zhengyu according to the original line. In fact, there was no need to line up here, but the tree race didn't like the human race, so they came here to cause trouble. Gu Yanlong looked Tianyun up and down, and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not blame them and led the way. After Gu Yanlong walked forward, the Tree Clan member behind him said coldly, "Boy, if you have the guts, fight with me after the assessment is over." Shu Xiong, maybe they can't even pass the assessment, and they are not qualified to fight with you, his companion Shu Han sneered. If one wanted to join the heavenly mandate divine realm, the test would definitely not be simple. Even if one reached the Star Lord level, one could not enter at will. After all, Star Venerates had different levels of strength. This was just like the evil spirit race. They were at the same level, but when they detonated their bloodline, they would instantly explode, and they would definitely be able to instantly kill opponents of the same level. That's true. Let's see your performance in this assessment. Fool! Shu Xiong coldly snorted. If he could have done it, he would have done it long ago. Gu Yanlong had already said it. So he definitely couldn't continue to act recklessly. The other races showed expressions of schadenfreude. Although they didn't come to cause trouble, their expressions showed that they were also extremely disdainful of the human race. A cold light flashed in Tianyun's eyes. He couldn't be bothered with these races. Some things couldn't be easily changed. If he wanted to change their minds, he could only make himself stronger. Under Gu Yanlong's lead, they passed through the corridor and walked forward. After walking out, they saw a spacious hall. Originally, he thought that he would walk out of this hall. Who knew that after walking for a while, he would end up in another hall? However, there was a huge matrix in the center of this hall. They could see a holy divine light shining down from the sky. Looking up, there was nothing outside. It was just a very normal sky. The assessment later is very simple. If you can last more than 2 days here, you can officially join our heavenly mandate divine realm. Gu Yanlong stood in front of the matrix and looked at them. He explained, the light shining down from here is actually nothing special. It's just the special energy outside the divine realm. Since it's your first time here, you must go through a special baptism and transformation before you can truly be considered a member of the divine realm. After transformation, your most basic energy will be transformed into star power. The longer you can last, the better the effect, and the more thorough the transformation will be. When that time comes, it will be of great help to your future cultivation. 2 days is the most basic. If you can't last more than 2 days, you can only become an outer disciple. We can determine whether you can join us through your future contributions. If you can last more than 2 days, then you can successfully join the heavenly mandate divine realm. Gu Yanlong explained in detail, and they all nodded. So there was such a thing. If they stayed here for a long time, they could also transform the power in their bodies. Star power. Yi Qianyun's eyes flashed. He thought of the other people's data with the appraisal. They had all changed. It turned out that it had really turned into star power. Lei Zhengyu had not gone through the baptism, but his data was still judged by star power. There was no problem. Lord Gu, what is the current record? Yi Tianyun asked at this time. Everyone looked at him with disdain in their eyes. Puffed. You talk as if you can break the record. Shu Xiong beside him couldn't help but mock. The current record in the heavenly mandate divine realm is 10 days. Those who have achieved this are now the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly mandate divine realm, the successor of the next region lord. Gu Yanlong looked at Yi Tianyun and said, if you can break this record or get close to it, you can get focused training and directly become a core training target. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a great temptation. If they could last longer, it would have a great impact on their future. Yi Tianyun nodded. He definitely wanted to get close to the record or create a record. It was impossible to stand firm here and keep a low profile. The more low profile one was, the less it was possible to get more resources. Especially in this country full of discrimination, if one's strength was not strong, who would obey you? Not to mention that they would give you more resources. If there are no more questions, we can start the test now. There is no time limit. The test will start as soon as you enter. If you faint halfway, it will be the end. No matter how you try, you won't have this kind of opportunity again. Gu Yanlong said. After that, everyone immediately began to prepare to enter the test. Shu Xiong sneered at the side. 2 days. I hope you don't faint right away, but if you fail, I think you will definitely die a little worse. If he did not join the heavenly mandate divine realm, the difference in status would be even greater. By then, Shu Xiong could kill him however he wanted. If there was a huge difference in status, there would be no restrictions to execute people at will. Is that so? Take care of yourself first. Yi Tianyun didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned his head to look at Lei Zhengyu and said, we humans have always been looked down upon. This time, we have to last 2 days no matter what, the longer the better. Chapter 891. One by one, the examinees stepped into the formation. As soon as they stepped in, a divine light shone down from above and enveloped the examinees. Following that, intense energy crazily poured into the cultivators' bodies and began to transform them crazily. They wanted to transform the low-level energy in their bodies into energy that was compatible with the divine realm. The cultivators outside who did not enter saw that those who had just entered were immediately filled with terrifying energy. A lot of energy in their bodies was squeezed out one after another. It turned out that no matter what kind of energy it was being squeezed out bit by bit. It was obvious that the energy in the body was first squeezed out, then filled the body with new energy, and finally the body was transformed. This process would probably take at least 2 days to be considered a considerable transformation. They didn't give him 2 days for no reason. There must be a reason for it. It was just that this process was extremely painful. The energy was quickly stripped out and followed by new energy. Because this energy was very violent, it would take another process to subdue it. However, they were all Star Lords and top powerhouses in the Fanyu world. They definitely had some ability. Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu looked at each other and walked in. As soon as he entered, Yi Tianyun also felt a violent energy pouring into his head and began to transform the spiritual energy in his body. He quickly sat down and began to stabilize this violent energy so that he could transform the energy in his body. His most basic energy had always been spiritual energy. If it was transformed into star power, his power in battle would definitely be raised to a higher level. This reminded him of the battle with the evil spirit race powerhouses before. He always felt that their power was very terrifying, and the energy that they erupted was different. It seemed like it was star power. They had a higher level of energy, so they had a natural advantage in battle. Just this alone was enough to leave them in the dust. Even if he had the crazy system now, it had nothing to do with changing his physique. The only thing that was related was the power of the bloodline in his body, which could withstand more energy and carry out faster transformation. What he had always been proud of was his physique. His dragon god bloodline was at the 8th grade and almost reached the peak. His current physique was quite strong, and his bare hands were equivalent to the strength of a middle-grade divine artifact. Therefore, this so-called test was nothing more than a test of the strength of the physique and the strength of the perseverance. His willpower had never lost to anyone, whether it was in the past or now. Right now, Crazy Mode couldn't provide any help at all. Everything depended on what he had gained over the years. You must hold on. Yi Tianyun closed his eyes and started devouring the energy around him, circulating the tyrannical devouring heaven divine art. Others would love nothing more than to rush in slowly, but he wanted to be faster. He wanted to completely transform his body. He wanted to become strong enough to protect his family. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out from the side. It had only been less than a day, and someone had already fainted. After fainting, the cultivator no longer absorbed star power. The transformation could only be considered complete. Gu Yanlong did not drag him out. In a sense, the transformation was already complete. In the future, there would be no problem for him to move around freely in God's domain. Since that was the case, he could just wait for them to wake up. There was no need to drag them out. Less than a day. Gu Yanlong shook his head. He felt that the cultivator was too weak. He was so arrogant before, but now he fainted as soon as he came in. How embarrassing. Captain Gu, are these the newcomers? At this moment, a cultivator walked over. From the structure of his body, he was from the Treant tribe. Gu Yanlong was not from the Treant tribe, but he was from the Dragon tribe. To be able to become the captain of this place, he must not be simple. Oh, it's Captain Shu Yuan. Aren't you at the other entrance? How come you have the time to come here? Gu Yanlong looked at Shu Yuan with a disgusted expression. I'm here to run some errands, so I came to see what new disciples you've recruited. Shu Yuan looked up, and his eyes lit up when he saw people from his own tribe taking the test. These 2 seedlings are not bad. I didn't expect disciples from our tribe to take the test. He nodded and saw Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu sitting next to him. His happy expression immediately turned into a frown. Captain Gu, are humans allowed to take the test? Captain Shu Yuan, I'm just following the rules. I don't think there are any rules that prohibit humans from taking the test, right? Gu Yanlong said calmly. That's true, but none of the people who came to take the test lasted even a day. It's too weak. It's not interesting at all. Even if he successfully passed, didn't he still make a fuss before and embarrass the heavenly mandate realm? Shu Yuan said discontentedly, I won't let humans take the test. They can join whatever force they want. Gu Yanlong frowned and said in a low voice, That's an exception. Captain Shu Yuan, you're not following the rules. What if you miss out on the good seedlings? Good seedlings? You don't think these two boys are good seedlings, do you? Shu Yuan laughed. I've taken the test of so many human cultivators. It's good enough if 1 out of 100 is good enough. Captain Gu, your eyes are still not good enough. It's a waste of resources to take in human cultivators. Oh, I don't think they're bad. Captain Gu said calmly. If there's nothing else, Captain Shu Yuan, you can go back. Captain Gu, I've heard that you're quite stubborn. I won't go now. Shu Yuan looked at his two clansmen and sneered. How about we make a bet? If one of those two humans surpasses my clansmen, I'll lose. If I lose, I'll give one of them a place in the selection. How about that? On the other hand, if you lose, you'll give your place to my two clansmen. How about that? Captain Gu frowned. The place in the selection was very important. Every captain could only get a place in the selection once every 10 years. The place in the selection was actually to let them enter a special treasure pavilion in the heavenly mandate sacred region and obtain treasures according to their abilities. This treasure could be a martial art, or it could be a weapon, or it could even be some kind of treasure. It was hard to say. In short, they might return empty-handed, or they might obtain excellent treasures. They could only get one chance to make the selection after serving here for 10 years. They could use it themselves or give it to the newcomers they admired. What, you don't dare to bet? Shu Yuan shook his head and said, even Captain Gu thinks that the human race can't win. It's impossible for such a small race to win. Chapter 892. Seeing that Gu Yanlong was willing to bet with him, Shu Yuan was overjoyed. After all, it was a free gift. How could he not be happy? Seeing that Gu Yanlong was so supportive of the human race, he wanted to set Gu Yanlong up. Who knew that Gu Yanlong would be willing to bet with him? If Gu Yanlong wasn't willing, he couldn't force him. But it was different if Gu Yanlong agreed. You said it. You can't go back on your word. Shu Yuan said hurriedly, I never go back on my word. Gu Yanlong looked indifferent. How could he not know what Shu Yuan was thinking? But he chose to believe in this new human cultivator. He felt that Yi Tianyun had a chance to turn the tables. He felt that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be any weaker than anyone else. All right, let's wait and see. Shu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. How could he not be happy to get another chance to choose? It hadn't been long, and he already thought that he was going to win. Inside, Yi Tianyun didn't know what was going on outside. He continued to absorb the star power around him and transform the energy in his body. As the transformation went faster and faster, he felt that his combat strength was increasing. He didn't feel any problem. His body was like a vast ocean that could hold hundreds of rivers and continuously absorb energy into his body. The others were starting to feel like they couldn't take it anymore. It meant that their bodies were too weak to hold more energy. Most importantly, their control was also weak. Otherwise, they could have quickly converted the energy and easily transformed the energy in their bodies. As time went by, as the second day approached, some cultivators started to fall. They couldn't even hold on the second day, and fell, which meant that they were not fated to join the heavenly mandate realm. In fact, not to mention the heavenly mandate realm, the other divine realms were almost the same. It was difficult to recruit those who didn't reach the standard as official disciples. If the potential was too weak, so what if they were Star Lords? They were worthless. However, Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu easily passed the second day and met the requirements. Xu Xiong and Xu Han didn't have any problems. They also passed the test easily, but they didn't stop. They wanted to reach higher levels. I thought they wouldn't last more than 2 days. I didn't expect them to make it. Shu Yuan shook his head, his eyes still full of disdain. Gu Yanlong didn't say anything and just watched quietly from the side. On the third day, The others soon failed, and several people fell one after another. There were a total of 30 to 40 people who came for the assessment. Now, on the third day, almost 10 of them had fallen. The failure was quite obvious. As for those who had failed earlier, they all silently left after waking up. This was too shameful. He couldn't even last 2 days. How could he still have the face to stay here? He had just arrived at the God realm, and he had already suffered a heavy blow. One had to know that they were gods in the Fan Yu. Who would dare to disobey them? However, he couldn't even get the basics and suffered a heavy blow. The third day passed. Tianyun and the rest also persevered without any problems. On the fourth day, many more cultivators collapsed. Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu were still standing strong. At this time, Xu Yuan's expression changed. Few humans could last that long, which gave him a bad feeling. The main thing was that Xu Xiong and the rest looked like they couldn't hold on any longer. Their bodies were trembling, and they couldn't hold any more energy. What's going on? How can they still hold on? Xu Xiong opened his eyes slightly, and when he saw Tianyun and others on the side, he was shocked. Especially Tianyun was like an old monk meditating. He didn't feel anything at all. Seeing this, Xu Xiong and the rest could only grit their teeth and continue. They didn't want to lose to the humans. They had to hold on even if they had to die. On the fifth day, Xu Xiong screamed and fainted. This meant that he couldn't hold on any longer and could only collapse. Xu Yuan's expression darkened when he saw this. He cursed that guy in his heart for being so useless. He couldn't even hold on for 5 days. There's one more. Xu Yuan didn't give up. After all, they were betting on who could last the longest. It didn't matter if someone collapsed. They were competing on who could last the longest anyway. He prayed that Xu Han wouldn't lose so quickly. He had to win no matter what, or he wouldn't have another precious chance. The selection was only available once every 10 years. 10 years wasn't a long time, but no one wanted to work for 10 years for nothing. Wasn't this the very reason why they had put in so much effort and dedication? Gu Yanlong looked at Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu, especially at Tianyun. He felt that Tianyun would definitely be able to hold on. At least he seemed to be more stable than Xu Han and the rest, and he might be able to get a better result. Soon, on the 6th day, Xu Han's body trembled, and he fainted to the side. This time, both Xu Han and Xu Xiong failed. On the other hand, Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu could still hold on, far surpassing Xu Han and Xu Xiong. Captain Xu Yuan, I'm sorry. You've lost this bet. Gu Yanlong's lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that he would win completely and in such a thorough manner. He crushed the two of them in all aspects. They were not on the same level at all. Good, good, good. Xu Yuan glared at the two who had fainted in the distance. He took out a token and threw it to Gu Yanlong. He said coldly, "Here you go." After that, he didn't bother to pay attention to his people. He turned around and left, not even bothering to look at them. Not only did he lose a chance, but he also lost face. How could he be happy about that? At the same time, he glanced at Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu, planning to remember their faces. If he met them again in the future, he would definitely make things difficult for them. Gu Yanlong looked at his back as he left, then turned his attention back to Tianyun and the rest. He wanted to see how long they could hold on. Finally, after the 6th day, Lei Zhengyu's body trembled, and he fainted to the side. On the 6th day, he finally passed out. 6 days. Gu Yanlong's eyes lit up. It was a good result to be able to hold on for 6 days. After the 6th day, most people had fainted. Less than 5 people were left out of the 30 or 40 people. This meant that Lei Zhengyu had made it into the top 10. which was a shocking result, who said that humans were inferior to other races. This was proof that the human race still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. When there were less than 5 people left, the situation was different. As long as they could hold on for one more day, the effect would be more and more different. Etienne opened his eyes slightly and looked around. Before he knew it, there were only 3 people left beside him. Chapter 893. There are only 4 people left in the field, including Etienne. It was only the 6th day, and there were only so many people left. It was undeniable that it was extremely difficult to break the record. Only then did everyone realize how difficult it was to break the record. Those cultivators who woke up shook their heads. They all thought that they could hold on for a long time, only to realize that the pain was unbearable. Although they knew that the longer they held on, the better the effect would be, the terrifying power was not something they could endure even if they wanted to. On the 7th day, Lei Zhengyu woke up and looked at Etienne excitedly. Amazing, it's already the 7th day, and there are only 3 people left. Although he could not hold on for that long, he was still very excited to see Etienne hold on for so long. The main thing was that he had surpassed most of the people. How could he not be excited? I don't know who said that he would faint soon, but now, let alone brother, even I can surpass all of you. Lei Zhengyu turned his head and looked at Shu Han and Shu Xiong, who did not look too good. Both of them were meditating and adjusting their internal conditions. When they saw that Etienne could still hold on, they felt that it was incredible. Was this still the human they knew? So what if you can hold on for a long time? The real strength is still in your fist. Shu Xiong waved his fist and said coldly, "When the time comes, fight me if you have what it takes. I want to see if holding on for a long time is enough to prove that you are strong. Let's fight. Even if Brother E doesn't fight you, I will fight you." Lei Zhengyu's eyes flashed with lightning. He had a rather special thunder attribute physique, which was somewhat inconsistent with his personality. His personality was still relatively gentle and kind, but his attribute was extremely destructive thunder attribute. Such a contrast was not small. Okay, that's what you said. Shu Xiong's eyes turned cold. Even if he lost in this aspect, he wanted to regain his dignity in other areas. I'm a man of my word. Let's talk about it after the assessment. Lei Zhengyu looked at Etienne and said excitedly, "Who knows, brother, you might even break the record." "Dream on." Shu Xiong mocked from the side. "What a joke. You think you can break the record? Do you think the record can be broken so easily? He can only hold on for one more day at most. If he continues for one more day, he will collapse." It was now the 7th day, and it seemed like most people were on the verge of collapsing. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. However, Etienne's condition seemed to be stable. The others thought that he was pretending to be calm, but in reality, he was about to faint. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Lei Zhengyu had confidence in Etienne. After all, he looked so calm. Etienne was indeed calm. He kept absorbing the astral powers around him to modify his body. He felt that there were too many places in his body that needed to be modified. He had already converted his spiritual power into astral power and started to modify the major meridians in his body. As the violent astral power surged into his body, his meridians began to expand, but the speed of expansion was rather slow. However, to him, it was good enough to expand his meridians. Based on his physical fitness, there was no way for him to expand his meridians. He was already strong to begin with, and it would be good if he could expand his meridians bit by bit. Then he realized that there was already a different scene in his energy center. It was a universe that was gradually forming, and a planet was forming in it, revolving in his body. This is a planet, could it be that when the astral power condenses to a certain amount, it can condense into a planet? Etianyan felt that this might be the way astral power explained it. Gradually, he could condense a galaxy in his body. As the astral power continued to surge into his body, the planet in his body began to form rapidly. Soon, it appeared on the ground, and life began to grow. However, the life was limited to plants. There wouldn't be any animals or humanoid life forms. It was just simple flowers and trees. This was a rather magical change. Didn't this mean that a planet with life had appeared in his body, and he could transfer life into it in the future? This was not impossible, but he had to try it out later. While his body was undergoing changes, the outside world was in a state of shock. It was already the 8th day. In the entire assessment venue, only Etianyan was left. The others had all collapsed. When one of the cultivators woke up, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at him. Then she sat beside him and stabilized the condition of her body. This female cultivator was the second to collapse. She had almost lasted for 8 days, and it was already quite impressive that she could last for 7 days. However, she looked at Etianyan with some reluctance. She didn't expect that there would be someone who could last longer than her. Ha ha, I told you that brother, he could last longer. He could only last for 1 more day. Now, he has exceeded the time limit. What do you guys say? Lei Zhengyu's mouth was quite vicious, and he immediately started to retaliate. Xu Xiong and the others didn't look good. They didn't expect Etianyan to be able to last for so long. It was really beyond their imagination. Gu Yanlong, who was on the side, was smiling. Even if they didn't break the record, it was already beyond his expectations that 2 people could last for 7 days. After recruiting them, he would definitely get a lot of rewards. Although lasting longer had nothing to do with him, he would definitely be rewarded if he could recruit good new people. Not bad, not bad. I told you, this kid is not simple. Gu Yanlong was very satisfied. If Xu Yuan was next to him, his face would definitely be extremely ugly. Lasting for 7 days was also a very good result in the entire heavenly mandate realm. At least, his future achievements would be much better than his. He could only last for 5 days back then, which was 2 days less than Etianyan. It was only 2 days, but the difference in treatment was like the clouds and mud. That was because if one could last for more than 7 days, he could directly become a core disciple, and he would be the focus of training. Etianyan didn't pay attention to the outside world and continued to persist. Soon, the days passed. The 8th day, the 9th day, the 10th day. Very soon, he reached the 10th day. As long as he could last for this day, his number of days would be the same as the record holder. Xu Xiong and the others were going crazy with jealousy. They all thought that they would faint on the 8th day, but they didn't expect that they could really last until the 10th day. It was simply incredible. If he could last until the 10th day, wouldn't he have a chance to become one of the heirs? Even if he couldn't become the heirs, his status was far beyond what they could compare with, and it made their hearts explode with jealousy. Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? Chapter 894. Gu Yanlong was about to go crazy with joy. He was ready to reach that record. If there was really a record holder, he would definitely get more benefits. If he broke the record, it was really unimaginable. This time, everyone was silent, quietly watching Etianyan meditating over there. Their eyes were extremely complicated. They really could not imagine that the human clan would be above them. Their bloodlines were so different, and the bloodline of the human clan was simply the garbage of the garbage, belonging to the most inconspicuous kind. In addition to having more people, there were not too many advantages. However, if they really compared the number of people, the human clan was not the most, but in terms of bloodline, it was indeed one of the low-level bloodlines. Why was there still a lot of bloodlines, which were indeed classified as low-level bloodlines? The lower the bloodline, the more obvious it was with the improvement of cultivation, or in other words, the difference appeared when they were young. Whether it was talent or growth, there was a huge difference. For example, with the cultivation of the evil spirit clan at the Saint King stage, it was possible to fight with the human clan at the divine king stage. That was the difference. Now, it was almost the 10th day, which was incredible. The key point was that he seemed to be able to continue. At least it seemed that Etianyan was in a stable condition, his breath was not chaotic, and he was quite stable when he meditated there. Will he really reach the 10th day? They all looked at each other and felt that it was a little unreal. If so, he would be the second existence to create a record of 10 days. If it was close, it would not be a problem, but if it was the same, they could not believe it. But the truth was so cruel to them. The 10th day was easily reached, and Etianyan became the second existence to reach 10 days in the heavenly mandate divine realm. He really reached it? They were stunned, and they all thought that at the last moment, Etianyan would faint. However, he did not faint, and he just held on and entered the 10th day. The smile on the corner of Gu Yanlong's mouth was even more brilliant. 10 days, a whole 10 days. Just like that, Etianyan became the second disciple to reach 10 days, which meant that his future was promising, and he would soon enter the key training targets. I said that, brother, he would definitely reach 10 days. Did you see that? He could only last for 2 days. Now, he has twice as much time as you. Lei Zhengyu jumped up in joy, but when he looked at Xu Xiong's side, their expressions became even uglier. They were roaring in their hearts. How did Etianyan manage to persevere till the 10th day? It was a result that they could never achieve. This time, they had been slapped in the face heavily. They all remained silent, unable to refute a single word. Winner takes all. They were the losers and they had lost completely. What happened next made them collapse. They thought that Etianyan would be done very soon. After all, this was the highest record. No one could surpass this record. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. Very soon, Etianyan entered the 11th day, setting a new record. Not only did he enter the 11th day, he quickly entered the 12th day, then the 13th day. If they hadn't seen Etianyan's endless energy flowing into his body, they would have thought that Etianyan was already dead. Otherwise, how could he have held on for so long? This has been the 13th day. Is he a freak? Or does he have the bloodline of some other high-level race? Otherwise, how could he have held on for so long? Yes, he can't be a human. Otherwise, how could he have held on for so long? None of them believed that he had the bloodline of a human. If he did, how could he have held on for so long? However, Etianyan did indeed have the bloodline of a human. Even the bloodline of the King of the Heavens was also a human. Saying that he had the bloodline of the King of the Heavens was just because he had the talent of a powerhouse in it. When they came here, they realized that the so-called bloodline of the King of the Heavens was just a common thing. Moreover, they weren't called King of the Heavens here, but a Star Lord. They were considered ordinary existences in the deity domain. It was worth a lot of money in the ordinary realm, but it was worthless here. He does have the bloodline of a human. Gu Yanlong, who was at the side, confirmed and said, although I can feel that his aura is mixed with other powers, it is an indisputable fact that he has the bloodline of a human. Don't find other reasons to console yourself for your failure. He is a human. Don't find excuses for yourself. Gu Yanlong gave them a hard blow, leaving them speechless. The human race, which they had belittled to the point of being worthless, was now stepping on their heads and creating a new record. Finally, on the 14th day, Eteonyon slowly opened his eyes. The astral power in his body had been completely converted. There was basically no other place for it to be converted. The planet in his body was full of vitality. It was like a world with towering trees and all kinds of plants. I can't reform myself anymore if I continue to absorb it. Eteonyon woke up, not because he couldn't take it, but because the transformation in his body had been completed. If he continued to absorb astral power, it would be the same as cultivating outside. He would simply absorb astral power from the outside to strengthen himself. However, the astral power that Eteonyon absorbed was converted into experience points, unlike other cultivators who used it to strengthen themselves bit by bit. To put it bluntly, he had completed the transformation and hadn't fainted. This made him feel strange. He thought that he could persist for a long time. Who knew that after the transformation was completed, there was nothing left to reform? Could it be that if I complete the transformation in the divine territory for the first time, it would pave the way for the future? Eteonyon felt like he was being cheated. If he persisted for a long time, he would be able to completely transform his body in advance and adapt to the divine territory faster. It didn't mean that he could continue to transform his body if he persisted for a few months. Wouldn't he be invincible? That wasn't the answer at all. It was a very simple transformation of his body. If he had fainted a few days ago, he would need to slowly adapt and spend more time to reach the standard of complete transformation. However, this was like a race against time. He would have more time than others. Immediately, Eteonyon stood up gloomily and walked out. At this moment, he realized that the cultivators around him were staring at him with their mouths agape, including Gu Yanlong. Not only did he persist for 14 days, he could even walk out casually as though he was walking into his own house. This was the first time Gu Yanlong had seen someone who could persist to this extent and walk out casually. Why didn't you faint? Shu Xiong was dumbfounded. Chapter 895. No one expected Eteonyon to be able to walk out of the array without fainting. They all agreed that either they could not hold on and fainted, or they could continue to hold on. There was no third scenario. Eteonyon showed a third situation. That is, he walked out of the great array, and it looked very easy. "Brother E, are you all right?" Lei Zhengyu came over and asked in surprise. "What could happen to me?" Eteonyon looked at him from head to toe, smiled, and said, "Speaking of which, you persevered for 6 days. Not bad." Although he had been meditating to absorb astral power, it did not mean that he did not pay attention to the situation around him. He was aware of the situation outside, and any movement was clear to him. As for what the people outside were saying, he could not be bothered to pay attention to it. He just covered the range of the array with his spiritual sense. The main thing was that he wanted to know the situation around him and see his opponent's situation. He could not be bothered with the discussions outside. It would be better to use this effort on devouring energy. "Brother E, you are flattering me. You broke the record. 14 days. You even exceeded the previous record of 4 days. Lei Zhengyu was overjoyed. "You don't know, the way those guys look at you has changed. I find it funny just thinking about it. Brother E, you really brought glory to the human race." "Is that so?" Eteonyon looked up at Shu Xiong and said with a faint smile, "Previously, you said that the 2 of us would be finished in less than 2 days. Now you tell me how many days you have persevered." He had always liked to slap people's faces. No matter how they mocked him before, now he would fight back. Persevered for a long time does not mean that you are strong. If you have the ability, fight me. Shu Xiong stood up, looked at Eteonyon with eyes full of fanaticism. If he could defeat Eteonyon in 14 days, then even if he persevered for 14 days, he would still be a pile of shit in front of him. Tianyan looked at Gu Yanlong and inquired, "Lord Gu, can we have a duel here?" Logically speaking, duels were not allowed here. Gu Yanlong smiled and said, "No problem. I allow you to duel here, but don't go overboard. Don't kill each other. You are all new disciples of the heavenly mandate divine realm, and you are already fellow disciples. You should not kill each other." "That's not a problem. I'll go easy on you." Tianyan smiled. "Show mercy? You make it sound nice, but I want to see how you will show mercy to me." Shu Xiong was enraged, and so was Shu Han. They looked at Tianyan in a different light. They were shocked before, but now they all wanted to step on Tianyan. This was an existence that had persisted for 14 days. If they were to defeat it, wouldn't the glory be theirs? Rumor had it that the longer one persisted, the stronger one's power would be. If they were to defeat someone who persisted for about 3 or 4 days, it would be telling others that persisting for 14 days was useless. Immediately, the cultivators around them made space for them to duel. Gu Yanlong allowed them to do whatever they wanted because he was giving face to Tianyan. He also wanted to see how strong Tianyan was. With his strength, he could prevent many things from happening, and everything would be under his control. "Make your move, lest you say that I didn't give you a chance to fight. When I defeat you, I should say that, lest others say that I didn't give you a chance. Human." At this time, Shu Xiong became arrogant again, thinking that Tianyan was a piece of trash that he could easily defeat. "Is that so? Thank you for giving me a chance." Tianyan looked at him and smiled gently. "Can I make my move now?" "Yes." Boom. Tianyan stepped on the ground and instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that even Gu Yanlong couldn't see him clearly. Bang! The next moment, Tianyan appeared in front of Shu Xiong and kicked him, sending Shu Xiong flying with a kick. "Ah!" Along with a scream. Shu Xiong was sent flying and finally slammed against the wall. The tree branches on his body were shattered. Even though he had thick tree bark on his body, the kick still left a deep dent on his body. It looked like the kick almost pierced through his body. Then, Shu Xiong fell from the wall and hit the ground, twitching nonstop. Green blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he passed out. "Not bad. I've improved a lot. I feel much stronger than when I first came in." Tianyan looked inside his body, and the appraisal I quickly revealed the overall situation. After energy conversion, my overall strength has increased by 3 times. My body has been strengthened by 2 times, and my meridians have been strengthened by 3 times. Energy has been converted into brand new star power, and the efficiency of anything I use has increased by 3 times. Overall combat power is 6,300 star power. 6,300 star power, when converted to his previous combat power, was already equivalent to 630 billion combat power. This was still under normal circumstances. If he erupted, how terrifying would he be? Looking at the cultivation of the other Starry Lords, for example, Shu Xiong was a level 5 Starry Lord, but his overall combat power was only 2,300 star power. Another example was a level 8 Starry Lord who was the same cultivation as him, but he only had 3,200 star power. He had 3,000 more star power than them, and this difference was terrifying. Even peak Starry Lords weren't as strong as him. Only that Gu Yanlong was much stronger than him. He was just a second refinement Earth Monarch, and he already had 20,000 star power. The difference was too big. Indeed, after crossing a major realm, the effect was usually a crushing one. Unless one was extremely heaven-defying, it was impossible to fight someone who was a few levels higher. It was already good enough to escape, but it was impossible to defeat the other party. I didn't expect that after converting star power, there would be such a shocking change. Tianyan was shocked. Previously, when he updated the system, he realized that his star power was only slightly more than 3,800, close to 4,000 star power. To put it bluntly, he was not much stronger than that guy. They had powerful bloodlines, and it was easy to pull them back. Now, after his transformation, he had an additional 3,000 star power. This was just the data on the surface, and the various powers could only be felt when they erupted. The data given by the appraisal was only superficial, and it wouldn't be too deep. It could be said that it was only a reference type, but who could be sure when it erupted? Things like taking medicine, treasures, and exploding bloodlines were hard to say. Chapter 896. Xu Xiong exploded with one kick. If Gu Yanlong had not said not to kill, Xu Xiong would have become a pile of useless firewood, ready to be used as fuel. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even if Xu Xiong's cultivation was not top-notch, he was at least a fifth-layer star venerate. Yet, he exploded with one kick. Of course, Xu Xiong had been careless, but it was too easy for him to be killed in an instant. Brother, good job. Lei Zhengyu was very excited. He almost wanted to rush over and hug Yi Tianyun. This was very satisfying. He wanted to kill these arrogant bastards. Gu Yanlong's eyes flashed. He had not expected to be dealt with so easily. That speed was too shocking. Even he felt that it was too fast. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you. Gu Yanlong admired Yi Tianyun. As for that Xu Xiong, he could not be bothered with him. In any case, it was fine as long as Xu Xiong was not killed. As for him being crippled, that had nothing to do with him. You were so heavy-handed. After Xu Han reacted, he quickly ran to Xu Xiong's side and picked him up. After checking, he found that many of Xu Xiong's bones were broken. He was basically half-crippled. Xu Han glared at Yi Tianyun angrily. This is just a sparring session. How could you be so heavy-handed? Heavy-handed? How could I have known that he would be so weak, reduced to such a state with one kick? Furthermore, he was the one who said to let me attack first. So I did as I pleased, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Who knew that your tree race is so weak? These words enraged Xu Han. He quickly shouted at Gu Yanlong. Lord Gu, he was heavy-handed on purpose, trying to kill Xu Xiong. As long as he is not dead, it is not a violation of the rules. Fists and kicks have no eyes. No one can control them. Gu Yanlong replied indifferently. This was not favoring Yi Tianyun. It was the same for fights outside. Fists and kicks had no eyes, and serious injuries were common. As long as one was not dead, it was not a violation of the rules. This. Xu Han looked at his unconscious companion, not knowing what to say. Since you don't like my methods, do you want to avenge your companions? Didn't you say that we humans are trash? Why don't you compete with me and see who's the real trash? Yi Tianyun looked at Xu Han and motioned for him to come forward and compete with him. He was still not stingy in slapping his face. It was time to repay the debt from before. He was not a good person. Since her mouth was cheap, she had to obediently move her face forward and let him slap her. So be it. Xu Han stood up angrily. He felt that Xu Xiong had been too careless. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so quickly. After he stood up, he quickly took out a low-grade divine tool and said to Yi Tianyun coldly, I will let you know who you are and what kind of position you are standing in. Are you done? Yi Tianyun said calmly. Can we start now? Come. Xu Han said angrily. Since you are trash, I will attack first, just like Xu Xiong, just in case I don't give you a chance. As he spoke, thick armor surged from Xu Han's body. Tree vines emerged from all over his body and wrapped him up tightly. A strong life force continuously surged out from their bodies. This was the special effect of their bloodline, which was a super strong healing ability and a very strong defense. Just their armor alone was comparable to a low-grade divine artifact. They indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Swoosh! Tianyun still did not hold back. Since he was asked to attack first, he would attack first. Shu Han only saw a flash before his eyes. The next moment, he felt as if his chest was about to be shattered. His entire body flew backward and hit the wall. He vomited blood and fainted. Before he fainted, he felt as if all the bones in his chest were broken. The armor on the surface was like a piece of paper that was broken with one kick. Shu Han and Shu Xiong were both lying on the ground, unable to move. They had both fainted and could not move even if they wanted to. Everyone looked at the two of them, dumbfounded. If Shu Xiong was not prepared and was killed instantly due to carelessness, it would be reasonable. Now that Shu Han was fully prepared and even had armor on his body, he was still easily killed. This could only mean one thing: Tianyun was much stronger than them. Anyone else who is dissatisfied with the human race, come forward. Tianyun glanced around coldly, wanting to see who was looking down on them. You think you are strong after defeating 2 tree men? At this time, the rock giant walked out. His body was covered in hard rocks, which looked much harder than the tree men. Dong, dong, dong. Sounds of footsteps could be heard, and the ground was shaking from his footsteps. This person was called Yen Feng, a member of the rock tribe. Tianyun looked him up and down. He had seen this person before. To be able to last until the 6th day, he was considered quite good. The greatest advantages of the rock tribe bloodline were his strength and defense. I don't think so. I just want them to keep their mouths shut. Tianyun looked at him indifferently and said, "What about you? What do you want to say?" "I don't want to say anything. I just want to see what you are capable of." Yen Feng simply wants to challenge Tianyun. He wants to trample on him before Tianyun leaves. He wants to show off his power. The others were not intimidated by Tianyun. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Their cultivation was much stronger than Shu Han's. For example, Yen Feng was a 9th stage Star Lord, which was a relatively high cultivation. "Oh, I'm not interested." Tianyun could not be bothered with him. "Are you humans all so timid and afraid of trouble? You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong." Yen Feng mocked. "Bully the weak and fear the strong?" Tianyun turned his head and smiled at him. "It seems that all of you want to step on me and use me as a stepping stone to climb higher? Fine, I will fulfill your wish. If you want to lie on the bed for a few years, I don't mind. Brat, it seems that you are really arrogant. Do you think you are invincible just because you broke the armor of the 2 tree men?" Yen Feng patted his chest and sneered. "If you can break this armor of mine, I'll consider it my loss." Tianyun looked him up and down. He had to admit that the strength of the rock tribe was defense. With the appraisal, the armor on his body was comparable to a medial grade divine artifact. If he used it fully, it would probably be as hard as a superior grade divine artifact. "So it's a shield. Are you ready?" Tianyun asked indifferently. "I've been ready for a long time. Don't use too much force. Be careful, or you might cripple your feet." Boom! Before Yen Feng finished speaking, his huge body was kicked away. The stone on his chest was smashed into pieces. His huge body was almost turned into a pile of rubble